Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Higurashi Matsuribayashi, the final arc of the main story of Higurashi. We're digging in deep into the main story now. We have but a few days before Takano enacts her devious plan to kill everyone in the village. And we honestly don't have any real solid proof she's evil yet. All we've done is talk to a few people. Thankfully, most of the people we've talked to have actually been really understanding. Once we got tested, Dr. Erie was on our side about our paranoia. It seems like we might have the superhuman police officer on our side for once. We might have the actual police, Uishi, on our side again. Hopefully he doesn't get murdered this time and do nothing. I guess he ate a bullet, but wasn't really helpful in the end. I have high hopes for this run at least, and hopefully we get some more Hanyu scenes because Hanyu's pretty fucking cute. Without further ado, let's dive in, have some fun. Chapter 8. No titles on these chapters. Chapter 8, part 8 of Arc 8. We're starting about two-thirds through the story? Seems about right. We're just casually going to school. Satoko and Rika should be absent. Furude-san and Hojo-san are absent today because they both have colds. The weather is changing, so it's easy to get sick. Make sure you cover yourselves when you go to sleep. Okay? Okay. Huh, they live together. I guess they caught it together. Rika's supposed to perform as a shrine maiden on the day of Watanagashi. I hope she'll be okay. I hope. We're planning to have lots of fun at the festival. I hope they recover by tomorrow, somehow. Do you want to go see them on our way home? I'm curious why Rika and Satoko are hiding out now when Rika knows for certain that she's safe until the night of Watanagashi. It's like going into hiding well before you're in danger. It has a good odds to raise someone's suspicions. It seems strange. Like she's planning on hiding until Watanagashi, doing her Shrine Maiden gig, and then piecing out again. Like, okay. Seems like an interesting choice. Do you want to see them on our way home? Maybe we can bring something healthy for them to eat too. We don't need to. By the way, can you two stop by this little man's house today? Mion usually enjoys ideas like bringing people food when they're sick, but for whatever reason, she was a little curt today. Actually, she's been acting different since this morning. That's not good. Even when I talk to her, her thoughts seem elsewhere. Now she's asking Reina and me to stop by her house. Your house, Michin? What for? Well, I need to talk to you about something important. I can't tell you right now, though. Mion seemed calmer than usual, which told me it was about something very serious. There are always lots of patients running into the clinic just before lunchtime. Everyone trying to get that doctor's note so they can stay home? I have no clue why. Maybe they're on lunch break and trying to get something done. Because of that, lunchtime at the clinic's always later than normal people's. Yeah, I assume it's people on lunch break running to do something at the doctor's office that they couldn't do any other time. It's just a short break, though. Our afternoon shift begins right away. And yes, murder is bad. You should probably stop poisoning your town's water supply. After all, being paranoid about someone drinking the town's water, poisoning the town's water supply and endlessly drinking water bottles is not good for the environment. And also not good for your sanity. You don't have to be the one poisoning the water supply. You can just endlessly check it, okay? Or use like those big jugs of water, you know. The staff were enjoying their break, eating their delivery lunches. They have Uber in the 80s? Cool. They can eat basically anywhere they want as long as the patients can't see them and it's not a place we need to keep sterile. Because it's hot and humid, the meeting room with its air conditioner ends up being a popular place. Oh, that's nice. Sometimes they hold, at my work, sometimes, we have a break room at my work, and sometimes they hold freaking meetings in the break room instead of in one of the meeting rooms, even when the meeting rooms are empty. It's really weird sometimes. It's really weird. Like, someone will be holding a meeting there, or we're doing, like, a photo shoot or something, and you're like, okay, I'll go to the meeting room. Why are you guys not using that room? Like, alright. Feels weird. The staff all eat their takeout lunches there. As I'm the director of this clinic, they might feel uncomfortable eating with me around. So I usually eat my lunch in the director's office out of consideration for them. Today I ordered lunch from a soba shop. Okay. I got an extra large serving of mori soba, that is. For whatever reason, they just call the dish an extra large. It's not actually extra large then? Okay. If that makes ordering it complicated, since if I order an extra large and a kitsune udon, they'll deliver an extra large kitsune udon instead. Wait, what? The mori soba is called an extra large. Really? Why would you call a meal? Why would you do that? That's really weird. I'm with you, Erie. So if you order an extra large and a kitsune udon, they order an extra large kitsune udon and not mori soba, because the mori soba is actually red extra large. The meeting room doesn't have a mini fridge? I don't know. Is this really a large? It looks more like a regular size to me. As I recall, the owner of the restaurant hurt their hip, so she must be having a hard time keeping things running. I was still thinking about that when Takano came in. She was carrying a really large size order in her hands. Apparently, she ordered a regular mori soba, and I grabbed the wrong one by mistake. What a hassle. It's easy to confuse them, isn't it? They should use some kind of mark, you know? I agree. For example, they can put a flag like the one on a kid's meal that says large size. Or just write a big-ass L on it. You know, that would be easy. Extra large. XL. Kano must have liked that. Or, here's another one. Staple the receipt to the bag if you're letting people pick it up. Or just hand it to people directly. Kano must have liked it because she laughed for a while. Would you like to join me? I invited her to sit on the sofa. Are you sure? Thank you, but could you turn the air conditioning down just a little? Oh, sorry about that. Who complains about the air conditioning in a room in the middle of summer? Are you crazy? Here we go. Come to think of it, I haven't really talked too much with her. We were rather distant from each other, partly over the guilt of the organization becoming the Erie Institute. So with that and our respective positions, we had a rather taciturn agreement not to pry deeply into each other. Since our attitudes towards our research are different, we've never mingled before. It's very suspicious. Okay. Chatting over lunch is a good way to get closer to her. I wonder what she likes to talk about while eating. I guess I'll start a peaceful conversation. I don't want her to go off on something like tapeworms. We're having lunch after all. Yeah, okay. You're a doctor, though. You're fine with all that gruesome stuff. And while I tried to come up with a topic, she started talking instead. Flag on a kid's meal. That brings back memories. Do you think they still have those flags, though? No, they do not. I don't know. It's one of those things that endure. It's possible they'll keep having flags on kids' meals even in the far future. Maybe even an in-flight kids' meal on a spaceship level flag on it. They don't have those on airplane meals. Sounds interesting. I wonder if kids will collect those flags in the future. Flags? Did you collect them? Oh, didn't you do that when you were a kid? Collect the flags from kids' meals? No. When I was young, only rich kids could have meals like that. My family couldn't afford it. That's not true. My family was poor, but when we went to the mall, we had our lunch at a restaurant there. At the time, for me to go to a mall meant having a kid's meal, so whenever my parents went to the mall without me, I'd get very upset. Oh, your childhood sounds happy. But when they went to the mall without me one day, they got in an accident and died. R.I.P. and peace to Kano's parents. They were probably better people than her. Until I got a call about it, I was really upset at my parents for going to the mall without me, and I was sure they were having a meal there themselves. As it happened, I only needed one more flag to make my collection complete. 20 was my goal. I was so upset I couldn't complete my collection. It's awful, isn't it? It must have been horrible to lose her parents at that age when she was still interested in collecting flags from kids' meals. It's obviously still a painful memory for her. I see, I didn't know. By the way, is that why you became a doctor? Oh? Why? Well, I aimed to become a doctor because of reasons involving my family, so I thought the same might be true for you. I earned my license because it was necessary to draw closer to the Namizawa syndrome. It might be rude to put it this way, but I only obtained my license as a product of pursuing my research. Interesting. Even when she was still at medical school, she knew about the syndrome. Yep. She's obsessed. By the way, before I took this job, I didn't know anything about the syndrome. Where did you find out about it? I was told you read something about it while you were looking into that late Dr. Takano's documents. I'm impressed you already started to research it while you were at school. Studying took up all of my time while I was a student. That's incredible. Actually, I became familiar with the syndrome long before that. Wait, what does she mean? How old was she when she found out about the syndrome? In fact, why did she become familiar with it at all? I don't know how they can't see this. This is like the most obvious connection in English. It's like Dr. Takano. The guy who originally wrote it. Dr. Takano. You're like, how the fuck do you not guess that they're related to each other? It's like, hello, my name is John Smith, and this is Jane Smith. Anyway, Mrs. Smith is looking into something. You're like, oh, you must be related to John Smith. Like, how is that not obvious to people? Especially because they call each other by their last names in Japanese, so you would assume that he would know who Takano is, because Takano's last name is Takano, and he calls Takano Takano. It's not like he calls her Mio, and is like, oh yeah, Mio, related to... We don't even know that... what's that guy's name? Ifumi? It's Ifumi or something like? It's like, ah yes, Mio, the relative of Ifumi, right? That one makes no sense. But saying Dr. Takano, a relative of the late Dr. Takano, is like the most straightforward thing ever, right? Just like Satoku and Rika, I don't have any relatives. I was sent to an orphanage. It was a terrible place. You remember how there was a flood of orphans back then? I was in a truly awful orphanage built solely to gather up those children and bring in government subsidies. When I escaped, I was rescued by my grandfather, Dr. Takano. He actually lived with Takano? I see why you were familiar with his research at a young age. Why do you keep that a secret? Well, political reasons. It's one thing to request funding for research on a mysterious disease. It's another to request a project of my late grandfather's. I see. A question is finally answered. The admiration you've shown when discussing Takano always seemed like it was more than a little respect for a fellow researcher. Still, since you respect him that much, he must have been a wonderful doctor with many genuine virtues. Oh, I don't know about virtues. He died alone of an illness, with nobody around to understand him. A mysterious illness? Did you poison him, perhaps? Your brother's name actually translates to John Smith. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's a pretty common name, so I decided to use it as an example. I don't think I actually know too many Smiths in real life, though. He preferred being alone. It was a bad habit of his. That's why he couldn't find anyone who would support him. Still, he had you for an excellent assistant, didn't he? Speaking of which, your family name is read the same way as his, isn't it? It's not my real family name. I took my grandfather's out of respect. I actually wanted to rent it the same way, but I thought it could get complicated when explaining it to my client, so I ended up using different characters. And now I could see the connection between their two last names. It also revealed the connection between first names, Mio and Hifumi. She doesn't need to tell me anything more than that. She lost her parents when she was young. Takano took her in and loved her as if she was his own child, and to show her love and respect, he decided to call him grandfather. And now I know the reason why she's devoted herself to researching the syndrome. I know how she must feel knowing her research is about to be terminated. Rika said she was hurt, although I didn't know anything about it. I may have said something to hurt her before. I only cared about treatment and extermination. I didn't care about anything else until today. She must have considered that blasphemous towards her grandfather. Ah yes, using his research to cure the disease he was researching. Blasphemy. Now I know why she became aggressive every time I expressed how I felt. After she was told her research would be terminated. Isn't it convenient the first time they have a real conversation, he's learning all the background about her? Instead of like some random, whatever, casual conversation? Convenient, isn't it? Plot contrivance. Not a bad one, though. It's kind of unrealistic to expect us to sit through every single random conversation they have until one of them is finally plot relevant. After she was told her research would be terminated, she stayed up all night gathering lots of documents. She went to Tokyo and requested an extension without depending on anyone else, and that request was rejected. The documents she used are in a box in the underground storage. She must have exerted a lot of effort to put them together, and even someone without any knowledge of our research could easily understand what she was trying to say. However, it looked like some of the documents weren't even opened, and some had marks that told me they weren't treated the way documents were supposed to be. I'm sure some pages absorbed her tears without me ever knowing. He's like, yeah, someone was stepping on those documents, and they didn't even open the folders. I heard from Tokyo Takano left a terrible impression with the board of directors. It's not easy to overturn a bad impression. In other words, she can never request an extension on her research ever again. I was there when she found out about it. I was there when she found out she could no longer continue her grandfather's research, even though she must have promised him she'd complete it. You going to continue researching on your own after the Institute shuts down? By the time the Erie Institute closes, the syndrome will have been eradicated. Should I preserve the pathogen in a petri dish? Kidnap someone and infect them to research it on my own? Without equipment, funding, a lab? Should I continue the research, holed up in a study filled with the smell of formalin, never recognized or acknowledged by anyone like my grandfather, also someone else could ridicule it? Or would you have a loser like me, who lacks the youth and energy anymore, due to continue it? Tomitake once told me the Erie Institute was supposed to be the Takano Institute, but our clients didn't like the idea of a young woman leading the facility, so I was invited instead. It explains why she's been unfriendly since the day we met. It must have been blasphemy for her to see me go about Hinamizawa syndrome and decide on a research plan according to my values and morals. Well, I mean, curing a disease seems like the right way to go about treating a disease. That seems reasonable. 2,000 people have a disease that if they leave the city and bad things happen, they go berserk, and you can cleanse it. That seems like a good plan. To Takano, the syndrome is her grandfather, and she must feel his presence when she's researching it. That's why she stays at the Institute until late at night, although it makes the mountain dogs annoyed as they serve as security here. Would you like to drink some of the soba, bro? Yes, please. Her shoulders look fragile to me for the first time, and now I'm sure of Rika's story. Takano holds an indescribable sadness within her, and if someone approached her pretending to understand, she might just fall for it. Because of my position, anything I say will only hurt her more, probably. Sometimes words can hurt, no matter how they're used. But the fact I still spoke up shows how little experience I had in life. Well, we could at least give the research you'd like to pursue a little more of our future budget. We managed to gain another 3 years from them at least, so we can give those 3 years our best. It was a slip. As I spoke, I started to regret saying anything. Appreciate the sentiment, but it's even harder to watch someone fall ill and waste away over 3 long years. If I remembered right, Takano came down with acute dementia and chose to commit suicide while his mind was still functional out of despair at his inability to continue his research further. My verbal slip made her remember a painful memory and hurt even more. He went into a coma and I had to make a decision as to whether to turn off his life support or not. Director Erie, if you were the doctor in charge of that patient, who would you have pulled the plug? You wouldn't pull it yourself, would you? Takano asked me that as if it were a normal question. Alright, easy question. So, question is, you're the doctor in charge. You're the doctor and... Wait, what? Okay. You're the doctor in charge of a patient, and the decision has been made to pull the plug on their life support. Who pulls the plug? Well... the courageous thing would be you pull the plug yourself since you authorized and verified the decision, but I assume it would be a nurse. It's never the daughter. It's never gonna be the daughter, but it's never gonna be the doctor. Yeah, the doctor probably doesn't do it. It's gonna be a nurse typically. In a TV drama, it'll be the doctor though. TV drama, doctor. Kano asked me that as if it was a normal question. She's only expecting to hear one answer. If I was put in that position, when the time came, I'd let his family do it. That's what I thought. There's no way someone wouldn't be there for their family's final moments. They'll all be here for the final moments of the syndrome. No matter what. Someone knocked on the door and I heard the voice of one of the other staff members. Director, afternoon shifts are beginning. Please get ready. Okay. I'll be right there. I'll clean up. Why don't you go? Lots of elderly people are waiting to chit-chat with you. Nakano laughed, but I know that laugh was trying to conceal her anguish. I'm not close to her personally, but she is my partner here at the clinic. I've been trying to avoid getting close to her, but maybe that was a mistake. If I'd listened to her a little bit more, maybe I could have eased her pain just a little bit. But it's too late. Tomitake is conducting an investigation to prove her innocence. Is she guilty or not? Well, either way, her heartache remains. After Eri left, Takano sat down on the sofa and started staring at nothing for a while. And then she got up and picked up the phone on the desk. This is Takano. Is Okanogi there? It's me. I was going to ask you to start on the 20th, but please begin observing R today instead. What difference does it make? Or are you going to tell me it's too hot to start today? Please do. We only have 5 days. You'd better be careful. More than careful, okay? Yeah, alright. Okay, goodbye. Okanogi put down the phone and sighed. Although it's his job to do whatever Takano wants, he couldn't help but complain about getting such an order on such an extremely hot day. Ooh, this is possibly not good. We don't know if this is part of the main story, or happens every arc, but talking to Eri and getting Eri to talk to Takano might have resulted in more problems for them here, as we don't know whether this happens at this date every time. But we did just see the interaction with the doctor that was kind of fueled by us. So we might have just accidentally fucked up and gotten ourselves found out. Whew, that's not good. Of course, if he complained, Takano would spit back twice as much reproach. Okanogi was sitting in the office of Okanogi Gardeners, a dummy company. As it happened, they regularly did gardening in Hinamizawa, if only so that no one would get suspicious to see their uniforms and van around. Good grief, I give up. Call in Nightingale and Skylark, their vacations are cancelled. Princess gave us the order to start observing R today. We'll have to move the schedule up by 3 days. First day was Heron, right? Go with a group of 4, including 1 telephone observer, 1 telephone backup, 1 residence lookout, and 1 residence backup. Heron leader, you'll be at the command post. Also, we're stepping up our sabotage on the telephone station. It would have been Nightingale's job, but it'll take a whole day for them to get here. So we'll use Phoenix instead. Phoenix 7, gather up a construction team and finish by tonight. Oh! They're cutting the phone lines tonight. They're cutting the phone lines tonight? Damn, they really stepped up. Okay. Can you do it? Of course, my men are well trained. The Mountain Dogs are different from a regular battle unit. They're a technical squad formed from specialists in different fields of espionage. There were covert operatives for sabotaging telephone stations like Okanogi just ordered, ones for wiretapping, intelligence gathering, information manipulation, establishing networks in public institutions, and many others in various specialized fields. They belong to the SDF. Some are from fire departments, some are from police departments, others are civil engineers. Of course, they have experts in combat as well. Okanogi is one of those combat experts, and he didn't expect too much from the engineers. While they'd all gone through the same basic training, what they were capable of was child's play compared to what an expert could do. Okanogi is the leader of a unit made of mostly members who can't even do 100 push-ups. Really, that was the only complaint he had. He'd rather have been put in charge of the Bloodhounds, but somehow he became leader of this strange unit, maybe because of his cautious yet courageous personality. Since combat was his expertise, Okanogi wished deeply for combat. And he does that by murdering his superior? Alright. Interesting choice. During the kidnapping incident 5 years ago, the plan was for the resisting criminals to leave the hostage behind on the scene and run after the police stormed in. He recalled the extremely frustrating memory of his combat with the plainclothes officer. The fat old man was acting so arrogantly that he could have taken him within a matter of seconds. He could have just broken his neck. He could have turned him around. And snap, it would have been so easy. He remembered a young policeman, too. He shot him in the shoulder, but he could have shot at his ear. He was told to go easy on them, so that was the best he could do. He thought of firing a second shot, but there just wasn't time. So the last shot he fired was that reluctant one. Okanogi couldn't believe such a pathetic battle was his last combat job. But regardless, he continued to train so that he was ready at any time. And now that the operation had begun, he was hoping there'd be a battle to fight. He didn't even need to fire a shot. He didn't need to punch anyone. All Okanogi wanted was a battle that satisfied his pride, nothing more. One moment, please. Commander, there's a phone call for you. I don't know if it's for the commander or the president, though. He's also the president of the Okanogi Gardeners. Because of that, the members of the dogs often call him that. Moment, I'll get my accent back. Yeah, and the what, really? How about that, huh? And who is it anyway? It's a woman. She says her name is Nomura. She's asking for President Okanoki. Oh, it's for the commander. I'll take it to my office. Please transfer it over. Okay, Nomura. Rattle, rattle, crash. I heard a noise which sounded like many buckets crashing down. It's probably a noise from one of Satoko-chan's traps. According to her trap map, anyone near the wiretapping shack will set off a trap that makes a loud noise. That must have been it just now. I scouted around the shack last night before the girls left. The shack is secluded and located in a blind spot where nobody's likely to go, so this noise means something important. It means they've started their observation of Rika, and I can't let them notice the girls aren't home. They'll definitely call and come by to confirm they're here. So I gotta make sure they think the girls are sick in bed, and they don't hear the phone or the doorbell. The curtains are closed so they can't see what's inside the house, but to be certain, their beds are stuffed to make it look like they're sleeping. However, I have to be even more careful from now on. I can't let them notice I'm staying here. For that matter, I have to make sure I can act when something happens. The phone rang suddenly. As expected. They're calling to see if anyone's home. They're already aware they didn't go to school, so they're probably assuming they're home sick in bed. I'm sure they want proof of that. The phone rang for a long time, which convinced me it was indeed a call from the mountain dogs. If there was no answer, the next step would be to come by the house. They'll pretend to be a mailman or a neighbor and knock on the door. I don't even need to answer it. If the girls are too sick to answer the phone, they won't notice a knock on the door either. The increased hassle means a higher risk of discovery, but on the other hand, it proves our enemy is closing in on us. It was actually better for me since I could measure the severity of the situation. Besides, Yuri's our ally. He already knows Rika is somewhere else. He's supposed to tell them he came by because he heard Rika and Satoko missed school. And that the two of them were in bed and should be left alone for a while, so presumably he's coming in? He's supposed to say that. They won't doubt Eri. They'll believe him. You could call this an advanced level of mutual deceit. Okay, so the plan is simple. Basically, Eri is supposed to come by and check on them, and then BS his way saying, oh yeah, they're in bed sick. That's not good, blah blah blah, and leave. So presumably Eri is going to show up at some point. On the other hand, they might actually ask Eri to go in because it's less suspicious than having Rika's bodyguards show up looking for her. I'm surprised she was able to give them the slip so easily, but they aren't. They're watching the town more than they're watching Rika specifically at that point we slipped out. They believe they're deceiving Eri, but in reality, Eri is deceiving them. Oh, okay, so they're going to try and deceive Eri by telling him to check on the girls. And Eri is deceiving them by telling them that she's not there. However, if they're professionals and we're amateurs, well, not me at least. Actually, maybe I'm not an exception. I don't know what they've got until I come face to face with them. Our conditions aren't even. We're leading by a tiny bit because we made the first move. Once that's gone, we don't stand a chance. I promised Rika I trust her unconditionally, so even without proof, I'm ready to fight. But I can't beat this conspiracy alone. And to gain help from others, Tomitake needs to find proof. He's in charge of our first attack. So remember, they don't have proof, so they can't go to the police, they can't go to the government, they can't do anything. And half the government's backing this anyway, so they're probably not in a good spot. This means he's in the most danger too. It's understandable that Rika kept warning him to be careful. He should have started his investigation as early as last night. If that's the reason why they've begun observing Rika, I can only pray for his safety and the success of the investigation. I heard a voice. Eri had arrived. Satoko, Rika, I'm here to give you an examination. I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and a quiet knock. I'm alone, don't worry. I have to keep it down. House is under observation. I let Eri in and closed the door quickly. Howard, it must be getting hot in here since you can't open the windows. I brought something for you. He handed me a plastic bag containing ice cream, cans of juice, some snacks, and even beer. Feels weird. I hope they didn't notice that he was carrying beer to deliver to Chick's notes. 2 children under the age of 14. Well, this obviously isn't for Rika. I feel he's being a little careless, but I am grateful. So how's everything? Heard a noise from the wiretapping shack earlier. The phone rang for a long time shortly after. I'm sure they found out that the girls missed school and called to check. Has anyone asked you to come check on Rika? Yes, Takano told me to go check since they missed school and haven't come by the clinic. I knew it. Do you think she's suspicious about their absence? No. I think it has something to do with Tomitake starting his investigation. Even if it doesn't, this may give him a chance to find something. Either way, it's begun, hasn't it? Yes, more than likely. I don't know if our enemies are Takano and the dogs, or someone else. Either way, that somebody started to take action. They started taking action. It's not looking good. I can't help but think of the mysterious series of mysterious deaths. The first 2 years were just coincidences, but starting with the third, I think Takano became intrigued and started expecting something to happen on the night of Watanagashi. The first one was a coincidence and convenient. The second one was also an accident, sort of, caused by the syndrome. It wasn't intentional. The third one, Takano caused on purpose. The fourth one, Takano caused on purpose. So what about the fifth one? Watanagashi is the day after tomorrow. It'd be the perfect opportunity for them to do something. She's aiming for Rika on the 5th year running. This Takano is a frightening woman. What Rika said about Takano, I think it's true. I found out today she was adopted by Dr. Takano, the one who discovered the syndrome. Same pronunciation, eh? I see. To her, continuing the research was like a promise she made to her beloved grandfather, but as the project will be terminated, it's like they're spitting on his grave. That's what Rika said, right? Yes. Also, Takano said something else. She compared a dying patient in a coma to the project that's going to end in 3 years. She says family members have the right to turn off the switch of the life support machine. The project's being terminated. Mio, considering herself a family member of Takano, should be the one to terminate it? Yes, I think that's what she meant. We're gathering circumstantial evidence that we might need. Takano is in fact our enemy, and Iri had been reluctant to accept it, but now he believes what Rika said is true. It's curious that, like, 2 pieces of very circumstantial evidence are enough to convince someone. That's not exactly hard evidence that she's, like, planning to murder a fuck ton of people. It's kind of like, oh, well, she kind of has the feeling that, you know, she should be allowed to do it herself. Like, okay, maybe. We need Tomitake to find proof that shows Takano is planning something. Then we can call in a subjugation squad to arrest all those involved. Takano has the mountain dogs working for her. This squad can down even them? Oh yes. I don't know anything about them, but there's another unit called the Bloodhounds. They're a combat unit deployed in case of a true emergency. And they will fuck you up. The mountain dogs are more of an intelligence unit for covert ops. They'll likely be far outmatched. If this subjugation squad's organized to counter the off chance of rebellion by this secret research institute, they gotta be good. You're saying our conditions for victory are summoning these bloodhounds into Hanamizawa? That would be correct. However, my one concern is the emergency manual contains passages authorizing the massacre of the village to preserve secrecy. I'm still worried, even if the bloodhounds are brought in, they'll destroy all the evidence, including the village. Which wouldn't be any different. No, they wouldn't. The enemy's intent is to trigger the execution of the manual. It doesn't make sense. If this conspiracy is caused by faction infighting, the Erie Institute clients will want to resolve the conflict quietly. They're sure to raid the enemies and settle everything while the villagers are confused as to what's going on. I know this because I've done similar jobs myself. They'll pass through like a gale and complete their operation swiftly. A unit capable of pulling that off against the mountain dogs must be very powerful. We'll have to wait till we hear from Tomitake. Yeah. This will be a battle of endurance, but once it lights up, it'll be a blitzkrieg. This will be a hard battle with rapid shifts in pace. It's reassuring to us that you're in the enemy's midst, but at the same time, you're in a vulnerable position. Please don't let your guard down. The moment we decided to be Rika's allies, we became their enemies. I understand. The phone at this house is, of course, being wiretapped, so Iri has to come over to communicate with me. It won't work in an emergency. A telephone is still better in that case. For those instances, I've put together a memo for Iri. There's a method for communicating over a phone that's been bugged. Yep, you use keywords. It's something I came up with out of necessity once. What's this? A method for calling me in the case of an emergency. Please make sure the enemy doesn't get a hold of it. If you're in danger, swallow it. The phone's being tapped, so how can we make a call? If you pick up the phone, even if you don't say anything, they might get suspicious. We can communicate without me picking up the phone. There's a little trick to it, but we can at least send across what's important. And you're the only one who can do it, since you'll be the first who notices the enemy movement. Alright. How do I do it? It's in the memo. Let me explain. We'll use the ringtone. Okay. When you make a call, normally you don't let the phone ring over a minute. We'll use that to communicate. If the phone rings for a minute, it means it's dangerous. Leave. If it rings for a minute and a half, it's an emergency. Head to the Sonozakis. The difference is in those 30 seconds. You can look at the memo for other messages you can send. Please memorize these two at least. My life depends on it. The message that lets me know my life is in danger is the shorter call, but if it's too short, it'll get confused with regular calls. That's why to signal me, he's supposed to hang up the phone within 3 seconds, and then place the emergency call. Fair enough. The reason I use such a large difference of time is to make sure there's no misunderstanding. The tones the caller hears and the rings the receiver sends out are slightly different. I don't want that little difference to change the message, which is why they had to be 30 seconds apart. A short ring. 1 minute means run. 1.5 minutes. Head to Rika. Okay, got it. It's troublesome, but this is just for emergencies. Please remember it. Understood. When danger strikes, I'll handle communications. Alright. Let's see if Erie can pull this one off. One more signal. It's not a good code. Please don't forget it all the same. For this one, you don't need to do one short ring. To let the phone ring for over 3 minutes. It's best to just place the call and leave it. And what does that mean? Contact in danger. Further contact impossible. So that's to tell you, I'm in danger then. Yes. In case of an emergency, call this house and leave the phone off the hook. Hide somewhere safe. Even so, it's hard to anticipate when you yourself will be in danger, or where he'll be calling from. You lose your chance to call while you're thinking I'm fine, or I'm probably fine. If you sense something odd, that's an emergency. Knowing the seriousness of the conspiracy, they won't hesitate to kill us. Please be very careful. I understand. If that happens, what are you going to do? It depends. I'll probably leave the house. If you're in danger, Rika's in danger after all. I'll head to the Sonozaki residence and join Rika. But it's only in the worst case scenario. I'm not sure if it will actually happen, so don't be nervous. Relax, okay? Also, very careful, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Erie nodded deeply. He's got a plan. He's got a plan. He's using the timing that the phone rings, which is not a bad idea, honestly. It's a good way to communicate. You could also have a frequency of phone calls. So you can call, wait 10 seconds, call, wait 10 seconds if you really need more complicated messages. Let it ring like 5 times for like... You could do more so if you really wanted to, it'd just be hard. Something's about to happen. Conspiracy's about to unfold, and hopefully we can unmask it before we all get murdered. Oh boy, my favorite. Unfortunately, there will likely be no axing of questions today, as these military types prefer to use stun guns and slice people open for their own amusement. Or just, shoot you in the head. They'll shoot you in the head, use hyped-up tasers, gut you like a fish for fun. So that's it. Does anyone have any questions? I have plenty of questions. This could easily be one of those well-planned pranks. What I heard is just that extraordinary, but right now it's a bad idea to ask questions, so that would be a waste of time. Mion already explained everything about the events surrounding Rika. Well, I have a few things to ask myself. As successor to the head of the Sonozaki, because all this has something to do with that series of deaths. But I won't go into that for now. Alright, old man. Oh no, it's a good idea to come to my house. You can survive a nuclear war here in our basement. There's electricity, and a telephone in there too, of course. We got plenty of food too. If the mountain dogs really are that tough, well, this house is the only place in the village that's safe from them. Sorry to have involved you all in this. Rika apologized from the bottom of her heart. Rika had been dealing with this strange disease, this Hanami-sawa syndrome, as well as all these suspicious Tokyo people all by herself until today. She's been trying not to get us involved, and that's why she dealt with them all by herself. We can all imagine what she must have been feeling, so none of us can even think of anything to say. Yeah, you're dealing with a massive government conspiracy. And it's going to result in the deaths of everyone in the town. A little bit stressful. The silence went on for a while, but then Hanyu clapped Rika on the back. Rika, you've been apologizing so much since yesterday. You apologize one more time, you'll have to treat me with a cream puff every day. Oh. Besides, we all feel bad, don't we? Am I wrong, Keiichi? Hanyu suddenly addressed me. I could tell from her eyes she was expecting something from me. Right, my role is to act as Flint for the other club members. It's my job to burn strong and bright red to get everyone excited. And what am I doing? Sitting around? Why does he feel this is his role? That's right, Rika. We never even thought all this could be true. We were just shocked for the moment. But we're all thinking. Things are getting interesting, right, guys? Satoko, this right here is the real deal. You got some good traps lying in wait, don't you? I know you've been hiding some amazing ones for special occasions like these. This is the perfect chance to try them out, don't you think? Oh, you should be grateful for my presence. I don't know who they are, but if it's alright to get serious, I won't hesitate to launch the countless miraculous traps I refrain from using on our club members. Satoko, they go up the hill. Meanwhile, actual Claymore. She's like, yes, I just managed to steal a little bit from the SDF. Sorry, there are pipe bombs and landmines filling this entire area anyway. Good luck. That's right. The traps come with Michan's seal of approval. They can chase away a real army. Well, Satoko aside, you're pretty merciless yourself, Reina. You're usually so easygoing, but I know your true power. When you get serious, you might be the most powerful of us all. Will she pull out her machete? It's for, I swear, it's for picking things out of the garbage dump and not for murdering people. You sure are something. I don't even think I could beat you. Oh, stop. Your explosive impact's incredible too, Keiichi-kun. Your power can defeat a fate I have no chance against. If Keiichi is a furious red flame, Reina is the quiet blue one. Hey, that's a good one. The burning red ranger, Keiichi Maibara. The burning blue ranger, Reina Ryugu. This is our chance to show the world what we got. Alright, go Power Rangers. We're a powerful team with a powerful leader. Right, Mion? We're already powerful individually, and when we get we're invincible. That's our club, right, guys? You know, I kept quiet, thinking you might be imprudent, but actually I've been thinking this is getting super interesting. I appreciate this, Rika. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. How dare they even think of stepping into Hinamizawa without saying hello to us? I'll make sure to teach them some manners. It had been 5 minutes since Rika apologized to everyone and brought the mood down, yet our morale was at its peak again. We're up against an absurd conspiracy, but if we're together, well, I think we can defeat it. Okay. This is the best feeling ever. Anyu's the one who started all this. Anyu's getting the ball rolling. She's quite the promising newcomer. She knew exactly who among us to get motivated first. Moreover, even our senior members, when they were hesitant about taking on a large opponent somewhere in their hearts, she remained unflinching and raised our spirits. She's likely to grow even more formidable in the future. Maybe her age is attached to Rika's physical age, because she's like a spirit, right? I hadn't thought about that. Her physical age might be attached to Rika's age, so she's like equal to Rika at her own age, and then as Rika ages, Hanyu ages at the same time. That's because Rika's stuck at in her I don't know, she's like 12 or something. Hanyu can't get any older either. Thank you, everyone. Never believe me. Of course you believe me. I told you already. If we didn't, we wouldn't be your friends. There's no need to thank us, Rika. Yeah, she's right. Listen to Hanyu. Look, you got great spirit. I like you. Ow. I rubbed Hanyu's head. She laughed as if I was tickling her. Okay, let's huddle. We gotta get things organized. First, Rika and Satoko are supposed to be absent from school because they're sick, but in reality, they're hiding here. This is just a preventative measure. Nobody would ever guess they were hiding here. Thanks to a certain Akazaka. How nice of him. He came because of the promise he made 5 years ago. That's kind of cool. I'm a little jealous. He isn't my type, but I'm a little jealous too. It's not like that though. He works for public safety at the police headquarters in Tokyo, and he belongs to a secret unit, right? That sure sounds reliable. Being part of a secret unit makes it sound even better too. Akasaka's very strong. He's definitely reliable. But Akasaka's role is more of a protective one in case of an emergency. Tomitake has the more important job of finding out things about our enemy. He's our true attacker. Plus, he's the only one who can call in the Bloodhounds to take out our enemies. In other words, Tomitake is our key to victory. A bit unsettling to think so much is riding in the hands of some dumb cameraman. Everyone teased her by saying they're going to tell Tomitake she called him that. To be fair, he is a bit of a dumbass. Or at least he feels like that half the time. It's not I don't expect him to succeed, but we should all come up with another tactic just in case. Hanyu, what else can we do other than count Tomitake? Oh no, Hanyu's right. Tomitake is a key factor from the enemy's point of view too. If they find out he's investigating them, they might even have him killed. This is enemy territory for him too, after all. I think we should come up with something else, instead of depending on him. True. It's hard to score with just one trap. I usually set many traps to deal with many different possibilities. It's basic trap tactics, you know. It's true. There's no need to limit ourselves to one angle attack. Well, call in your Yakuza friends and tell them if the military shows up, you're gonna have a fucking shootout. It probably goes badly for you, but you know. We should look into other methods besides what Tomataki's doing. We don't know anything about Tokyo, do we? Well, if one of Tomataki's important jobs is to summon the Bloodhounds, I'd like him to teach us how to call them. Then, even if Tomataki is taken out by the enemy, we can still meet our victory conditions. Sounds about right. Tomataki is really important. At the same time, he's our Achilles heel. Let's talk to him and make him tell us how to contact them. Problem is, he's holed up somewhere in the city, and there's no way for us to get a hold of him. I think that's a great idea, though. The next time we get a chance to talk to him, let's ask him. That's the first plan. Is there anything else? Before we knew it, Hanyu was making sure we moved along with our proceedings. Hanyu is just like, what can we do next? Okay, next. Oh, good morning, my friend. How have you been? Brandon noticed that too, giving a pleasant smile to the girl trying to be a part of our group. This one's just insurance in case something happens to Tomataki. Let's think of a different angle. What about something that would help his investigation? Oh, how intriguing. We'll launch some kind of trap, grab them by the tail, and thrust proof they can't talk their way out of into their faces. What a perfect trap. What a perfect trap what? Trap situation. If I'm not known, why don't we use me as a decoy? It's dangerous, but Takano and the others need me. They'll definitely fall for it. That really is dangerous, but it would prove Takano's safe after Rika. Have them see her and make them chase her. And that could lead to something interesting. And that's where Satoko's hills come in. Oh. Once they go up there, they'll be in big trouble. You said it. Boy, will it be a sight to see. This is gonna be fun. Should be the final method we use. Once we're barricaded into the hills, though, the situation will change quite a bit. It should be our last resort. She's right. She's right. Traps in the hills are great as defense measure, but that's all they can do. They can't attack the enemy for us. The barricade on the hill is our last resort. Well, the final resort. When the enemy attacks this location, we have no other choice but to leave. By the way, we have an underground tunnel leading out that's connected to a well in the back. Wow, your house is amazing, Mion. Oh shit, this is getting crazy. The enemy is a mysterious organization. We have a secret operation, a secret base, and a secret underground tunnel. We got everything we could ever want. It's just the sort of thing that gets a guy excited. The only thing we need are more guns. And fast cars. Oh, I'm not a guy, but I'm excited. Okay, we have 2 ideas. We'll come up with more. Can anyone think of anything else? Oh. Papa Roach reference right there. I see. Let's see. We want at least one more. That one's a rather defensive tactic too. Isn't there something more aggressive that's perfect for our club? You know, some way to hit them real good. An awesome blow that sets back their conspiracy. Can we pull off something like that? Yeah, I'm sure we can. We're not as powerless as you think, Rika. It's not like we don't have cards to play. You're their ultimate objective and you're with us. That's one crucial card on our side. And not just in the sense of using you as bait. True. It's a huge disadvantage for them when we have the Queen Carrier. It means, what's their goal? Kill Rika, trigger the emergency manual, kill the whole village, and use that chaos in their eternal faction war? Right? Yes. To them, Rika's like the fuse on a stick of dynamite. They want to set that dynamite off and cause chaos and use that to gain something for themselves. So if we keep it from exploding, we win. That's tough. Right, we have to continue defending her, but all they have to do is kill her. It's like a soccer game with the goal only on one side. To denounce this unfair game for what it is and calling the Bloodhounds is the point of Tomataki, right? Isn't there a goal for us where we beat their conspiracy? Burn all the babies. There must be something. Sometimes it works to think from the opposite point of view. Oh. Oh, there is one. Mion started grinning in a weird way. Oh, here she goes. The winds are blowing stronger on her side and she's getting into better than top form. Mion is pretty smart. She's great at analyzing situations, and that's why when Rika first told her everything, she immediately decided there's no way for us to win and became depressed. However, while Mion is easily crushed, she's also able to exhibit incredible power when the wind's on her side. She is clearly a fair weather player. We created that tailwind, and now her sail is receiving the push it needed. Let me confirm this, Rika. The emergency manual is designed to prevent all the villagers from going insane within 48 hours of your death, right? Yes, that's its purpose. Oh? Rika never died before. How do they know something that'll happen in 48 hours? She's right. Yeah, it's really strange. How can they say for sure all the villagers go crazy? Well, according to Takano, something apparently happened in another country, and that's where they got 48 hours from. I have no idea, though. Actually, Eri said he doesn't understand it either. Could it be? I see. Oh ho! I know, their weak point. I see it too. Yeah, that's right. This is their blind spot. Oh. Eh? What are you talking about? I don't get it. Of course, if there's someone who's not insane within 48 hours, then they fucked up, right? I don't get it either. Well, Rin and Rika, do you understand? Why don't we put the last person to figure it out through a punishment? How about you, Hanyu? Haven't you figured it out? I have. That's why Rika's important to Chikano. Oh, it's a hit for you too. Oh, here's a hit for me as well. The enemy's intention is to cause a disaster in Hamizawa. They intend to do so by using this emergency manual. In other words, it's in fact the enemy's Achilles heel. Me? I don't get it. Oh, Rika, if you apologize for everything you've done to me, I'll tell you. No way, no way. Stop that LOLing. I want to concentrate. Haven't you figured it out, Reina? Listen. Our attack depends on Tomatake. That's our Achilles heel. The enemy's attack depends on the manual. There are so many ways to mess with the manual, either by proving that someone isn't going insane within 48 hours, or not letting the manual get into anyone's hands who can actually sign off on it, or adjusting the manual. It depends on what angle of attack they're going for. And if communications about the actions in the region aren't delivered, they can also be saved that way. So if we destroy the foundation of the manual, you see? We just have to make the emergency manual lose its function. Oh, what's the meaning of the emergency manual? There's like so many angles of attacks to mess with the emergency manual, but a lot of them seem unfeasible or out of reach. It's supposed to hide the syndrome by making it look like a disaster. That's why they gotta wipe out the village in 48 hours. And that's what the enemy intends to do, at least. You're saying we have to stop them from executing the manual within 48 hours? But those 48 hours don't start until I'm killed, so I need to outrun them for 48 hours? Me? You two are already saying the answer. You good? Let's say it out loud. Everyone ready? Here we go. Rika has to die 48 hours prior. If Rika was dead 2 days before she was dead, then there would be no reason. We all said it in unison. Alright. Boy, we're good at this. Feign Rika's death. We never mess that shit up. I got it. Okay. Reina and Rika clapped their hands together. They finally figured it out. Why did it take so long for us to come up with this? Oh, we finally got it. We should have come up with this on the first try. We've been speaking only in defensive terms. I thought you might never think of this. Oh, listen to you. I love you even more, Hanyu. In recognition of your achievements, I'll award you our club's Special Order Cross Medal later. We have one of those? Anyway, let's talk about the operation. The goal is to execute the emergency manual. Hidden in that goal is actually a huge weak point. The foundation of the manual is the notion that the villagers will go crazy within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death. In other words, if nothing happens in 48 hours after she dies, the foundation collapses. Sorry, Rika. Taking out a knife and killing you. That's to say the least. Nobody wants to do such a terrifying thing, but if they don't execute it, the villagers might go mad and spread it to the surrounding communities. But that's the thing. It's not that they'll go mad and spread the disease. It's that they'll go mad in the surrounding communities. They're hesitant to execute it, but they want to keep the damage to a minimum. But what if they find Rika's body 48 hours after her death? The major premise that the villagers will lose their minds within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death will collapse. Fortunately, Rika's hiding here, so it's possible for us to lie about her death. The last time Rika was seen was yesterday at school. It'll be 48 hours after that in the early morning of the day after tomorrow. It'll be perfect if her body's found around that time. It's possible to fake Rika's death with the help of that Ushi-san. Ushi-san? Indeed. We'll ask Ushi to send out an announcement that Rika's body has been found, and it's been 48 hours since her death. Well, it might create issues if he announces it publicly, so we can just let the Erie Institute know. Coach is on our side. It should be possible to deceive them. That is... what an idea. Once the emergency manual loses its credibility, such a horrible operation will never be approved. Okay, this has to go badly somehow, right? This is going to go badly in some way, shape, or form, right? They don't just go... They're like, yep, she's dead. Anyway, mission, story over, no conflict, the end. There's no way that works, right? There's no way that works. That seems like an unsatisfying ending to a story. It should just be like, yeah, we avoided the death, and she thinks it's dead, and she's insane or something. Clearly, they're going to get found out or something like that. That's probably what's going to happen if they try to execute this plan. In other words, their weak points are the emergency manual and Rika. Wish he hasn't agreed to help us yet. But I know he will. Oh. 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 This will be such an amusing trip. I can just picture Takano running around in a panic. Takano believes Toko and I are in sick in bed with a cold. She hasn't actually seen us, she's assuming it's true. As it turns out, we were somewhere else and suddenly my body should have been dead over 48 hours? This plan doesn't work. I don't like this plan. Here's why the plan doesn't work. They're in bed, believed to be in bed at school, and they are aware that Eri has presumably spoken to Rika and Toko. So if anyone catches that inconsistency, they'll be fucked, right? The plan doesn't work because Eri went to visit Totoko and Eri to make sure that the fucking mountain dogs didn't reveal Akasaka's position. That's why I don't think this plan is very good. But we'll see if that's how it turns out. Maybe he hasn't reported back that he saw her, and it's like he said he spoke to Totoko or something. That's gonna be super thrilling. Maybe. The masterminds will have to accept the failure of the manual and withdraw. And that's when the hunters become the hunted. By that time, Tomitake will have found out something about the enemy. And he'll call the bloodhounds into the people. That's our goal. Alright, I can smell our victory from here. How perfect is this? It's all gonna work out, I'm sure of it. Keiichi's sure. I'm thinking something's gonna go wrong. We all encourage each other with a hip hip hooray. It's definitely getting really interesting. Still, what's key is the claim of Rika being dead 48 hours being believable. For that, we need Ueshi's help. But like, Yuri literally just talked to her. And right as we thought about asking him, he arrived at the Sonozaki residence. Ueshi knows Rika's hiding here. He also knows some members of the Mountain Dogs infiltrated the police station. They even wiretapped Rika's home phone. So the safest way to contact her, he figured, is in person. That makes sense. I saw Dr. Erie earlier. He told me to tell you Akasaka's doing just fine. He's grown a lot in the last 5 years. He'll hold down the fort. Ueshi loosened his tie while drinking his barley tea. I bet he never thought he'd end up drinking a glass of barley tea at the home of his old enemy, the Sonozakis. So, Ueshi, what do you think of our 48-hour operation? I think it's a good idea. It'll shake them up a little bit. In their panic, they'll make mistakes for sure, and that'll give Tomitake the chance to get a drop on them. It's really a great strategy. They say 2 heads are better than 1, but with all your young minds together, you've come up with a fantastic idea. Ueshi laughed in admiration and assured us the operation would definitely make an impact. However, he hesitated a little too. It's pretty sink or swim, you know. Whether we win or lose, I gotta take responsibility. I'll do my best to pull out the splinters, but if I don't do a great job, I'll end up in pretty deep. I'll have to resign myself to that. In our operation, Ueshi ends up bearing most of the responsibility. And the police are a strict organization. There's no guarantee they won't investigate. Ueshi is planning on retiring this year. He needs his pension to pay off his mortgage. He's at a very delicate point in his life. Well, this is a big deal for Rika. It's a lot to ask of Ueshi, too. He's got to risk throwing away everything for our sakes. Ah, shit, this operation's a great idea, believe me, but I just can't. Ueshi, if it's too much, you don't have to accept the part. You don't want it to win by using you as a sacrifice. Nobody knew what to say to him, but Hanyu broke the silence. She's full of energy, ow-owing, drain our club, but at times like this, she also has the power to heal the hearts of those who are hesitating and growing weak. I just noticed that that's not actually hair. She actually has a chip in her horn. The right horn, or I guess her left, our right, has a chip in it that's not just like hair or something. I can't believe I didn't notice that. It's like being enveloped in a mysterious embrace. If her appearance matched her level of maturity, Hanyu would probably look like a mother. Besides, we're members of the most powerful club in the world. Even if the 48-hour operation doesn't work, we're sure to go up with another idiot straight away. Right, Mia? Mia? Yeah, that's right. You can say no, okay? We shouldn't have gotten all excited over this without even considering your situation. Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, Uishi. Reina whispered to me while watching them talk. Hanyu-chan's good at this. Wait, who could say no when a cute girl says stuff like that to them? What? You mean, is that what Hanyu's trying to do? Me? She's even more sly than I am. As Uishi moaned and groaned, Hanyu looked over and grinned wickedly at us. I take it back. She really is sly. She's more dangerous than I thought. Next time we do a club activity, I'll really have to watch out. Let me sleep on it. There's someone at the station I really trust, so I think I'll discuss it with him. Don't worry, he wouldn't rat me out. If I agree to do this, well, I can't make any mistakes. So before I do, please let me think over the chance of success. That's fair. He's the only one who has an idea how successful this might be. Uishi never makes promises until he's sure he can keep them. That's why he speaks cautiously, but considering his position, it certainly is a decision that required courage. Yeah, it's a bit of a risk. I think this is a big risk, and I think there's a really solid chance that this fails. So, yeah, I definitely want to think this one over, especially because Uishi is the only one who knows how easy it is to fake a body discovery. Don't worry, Uishi. Even if you lose your pension, Mion will take care of it. Won't you? Oh. Who's gonna help us? We gotta do that for Uishi. Me? What? Well, you know... Despite how old this old man looks, my family's pretty rich. We've got 2 sly foxes. 2 sly foxes! Our club's gonna be the epitome of a free-for-all in the future. Even Mion can't say no to Rika and Hanyu going after her at once. The meeting ends with that. We'll find out if we can go ahead with the plan or not by tomorrow, depending on Uishi's answer. We haven't heard from Tomitake yet, but I'm sure he's started his investigation. Coach and Akasaka have to each wait patiently surrounded by the enemy. They're both in dangerous positions, so I'll just have to pray for their safety. And then there's Takano. What is Takano planning? I'm having a hard time believing she's involved in such a vast conspiracy. If someone told me it was a lie, I might even believe them. That's why I want Tomitake to investigate. She's mysterious and cold, but she can be fun around too. She can be fun to have around too. I always thought of her as one of the villagers. It hurts more than a little to suspect one of your own. She's not one of your own. She moved in here as part of her job. I can understand what Tomitake is going through. It doesn't have to be an investigation to confirm her guilt. I want him to prove she's not guilty. It's too painful for people to doubt one another like this. Hello. Sorry for making you call first. Sorry for making you call so often, First Lieutenant Tomitake. Okay, did you find out anything? A background investigation usually takes a few months. It can't be rushed in a day or two. But Tomitake sensed something huge started to make its move after what Rika and the others told him, and it was definitely getting closer. But once it was close enough to see, it would be too late. That's why he was checking their progress so frequently. We're still investigating the Major as we speak. When she took a position in the Alphabet Project, her background was already investigated by a different department, so we requested those documents to be handed over. The team is investigating what she's been doing since she joined the project. Please give us a little longer. Understood. The situation is urgent. Work as quickly as you can. Of course. By the way, we got an emergency order to investigate the Erie Institute, unrelated to your request. It's our top priority now. The Chief of Staff requested it. Chief of Staff? It's not related to my request? Yes, it's supposed to be a separate matter, but from what I can see, I think this is a powerful boost from the top towards your investigation. The Chief of Staff is helping out? Wait, what does this mean? The only thing I can assume is that the top members of the JGSDF have realized the danger of the conspiracy surrounding the Erie Institute. Like Rika said, if this conspiracy's intent is to execute the emergency manual, then the opposing camp will try to stop it from happening. And my request is the first step in putting a stop to their plans. So if the masterminds are influencing the chief of staff, he would try to shut my investigation down. He's supporting it? Which means the chief of staff isn't my enemy. In fact, he might belong to the opposing camp. It's hard to say if he belongs to them or not. He might be under orders from someone pulling the strings for the opposing camp. If that's true, the enemy's already noticed something, and it's possible they'll start exerting pressure soon enough. Was the chief of... I'm pretty sure they said, like, on the day they were going to execute their plan, that all of the relevant people who had, like, opposed the execution of their plan would be otherwise occupied or out of state. So, odds are that, like, the chief of staff might actually be someone who's opposed to them, and they might, like, find some excuse for him to go do something else. Or not be in the office when it's happening. How much can I find out before this happens? I don't know much about the top brass. Still, for the chief of staff to get involved. Putting aside if Takano is guilty, I'm certain something extremely big is going to happen around the Erie Institute soon. We're making progress on investigating the Institute. We haven't analyzed the data, but some of the financial records are suspicious. We don't know if it's just a simple paperwork mistake or if someone's actually trying to juggle funding, but I have an expert looking into it. What do you mean by suspicious? Well, as you know, there's an account for funds supplied to the Institute, but the numbers don't match up. It's possible there's inflows or outflows of money that haven't been recorded. And there are questionable dates on some receipts. We're suspecting forgery. Funds are usually supplied annually. For example, if a budget of 1 million yen is approved, 1 million is supplied in April for the facility that manages those funds so they can keep things running for a year. Depending on how they use the money, it's possible to have some left over at the end of the year. If they only use 900,000, they'll have 100,000 left. And then for the following year, they're told they need only 900,000, so 900,000 will be enough. Furthermore, there should be 100,000 left over, so they should only need 800,000 the following year. Therefore, they only get 800,000 when the year comes around, which is 200,000 less than the previous year. As some of you have noticed, the leftover money you have, the more leftover you have, the fewer funds you receive next year. But therefore, it's smart to use your entire budget. But some people try to get by until the end of the year. And if there's 100,000 left, they try to make it look like as though they used up the money, even when, well, it's in a safe somewhere. They report they used exactly 1 million yen, and they get another million the following year. Yet there's still 100,000 yen sitting in a safe. This 100,000 is called a pooled fund or a slush fund. If they keep running with only 900,000 per year, then 100,000 will be added to the slush fund in the safe annually, and only a handful of people will know about that money. That's how public funds get embezzled or turned into private money. Yep. Or just wasted. It's either wasted or embezzled, right? Because basically, if you can't spend that money, you're going to lose it, and you might need it next year. As we previously mentioned, the Alphabet Project is using this exact trick, and certain masterminds are pulling in huge amounts of public funding. To avoid this situation, there's an audit of accounts performed every year and oversight to ensure no one's fattening their pockets or creating slush funds. By the way, it's been said the reason why civil engineering projects tend to start up at the end of the year is so they don't have that 100,000 yen left, but that's not relevant now. The point is, they have to work hard to get the funds they want. Okay, expensive stuff. Makes sense. That's an example of having some money left over, which isn't bad. However, it can be possible there isn't enough money. After all, they're only granted a year's worth of funds, so they can't delve into a savings account like we do in our lives. That excess money just doesn't exist, and therefore an estimate report should never show more expenditures than revenue. If that happens, that means there's some extra money other than what was supplied. That's how slush funds are discovered. Tomitake was told it was under investigation, but the Erie Institute's suspicious financial records could be either case. The former would be fine. It's common. If it was the latter, that could be something quite nasty lying beneath the surface. 26k until bond 15. Damn, you're going fast. Going fast. Holy shit. In other words, it was quite possible funding was coming into the Erie Institute from someone other than formal sponsors. To be more exact, there was a chance someone was interfering with the Erie Institute by supplying funds. Tomitake was having his men look into the possibility of Takano and the Mountain Dogs rebelling against Tokyo. While it was certainly possible for Takano to do so because of her personal investment, it was hard to believe the Mountain Dogs would betray their employers out of sympathy. For the dogs to take part in Takano's conspiracy, a huge amount of money would have to be involved, and the discrepancy that Tomitake's men had identified could be a sign of such. Okay. Hello? Sorry, I just received a report. You know Koizumi-sensei, don't you? Head of the old Koizumi faction? He passed away, which led to the faction breaking up. Do you know anything about a personal relationship between him and the Major? Yes, I've heard of that. Did you know Koizumi and the late Takano had a personal relationship? Huh? No, I see. Now I know why Koizumi doted over the Major. Okay. This is interesting. As a matter of fact, after Koizumi's death, his private accounts were liquidated, and they found some withdrawals made by Koizumi himself, instead of the attorney who took care of his finances. It happened half a year before the Institute's establishment was approved by the Alphabet Project. Alright, good on, my dude. Didn't Koizumi use the money to make the necessary arrangements beforehand to establish the Institute? No, his attorney took care of that money. The withdrawal wasn't made for that purpose. It must have been a very personal expenditure considering he bypassed his trusted attorney. So that could involve the relationship between Koizumi and Takano? Does it mean Koizumi supplied funds to Takano personally? Yes, that's what we think, and we're trying to corroborate that as we speak. We think Koizumi gave money to Takano for purposes other than the necessary arrangements for establishing the Institute. You're saying it's possible Major Takano has a huge amount of money at her disposal to help instigate a revolt? To establish the Institute, Major Takano adjusted things with various organizations, but she did that through legitimate means. If she didn't use her personal supply for that, she could have the whole amount at her disposal. Okay, so we've seen the money. She literally got given an entire briefcase filled with cash. If she hasn't spent it, she has it all still. What is the amount? 1 billion yen. Holy fuck. That's like 10 million, right? That's like 10 million US? That's a lot of fucking money. Takano is fucking loaded. Holy shit. What? I'm close to Takano, but I had no idea she was so rich. Actually, she's rather tight with her money. She never acted like she had 1 billion yen just sitting around. That is that is too many zeros. Too many zeros. 9 zeros is too many zeros. That money isn't just money to her, it's a form of support from her dear grandfather's friend. So she'd have to save it for when she needed it the most. If the new board of directors had even a little interest in her research, she could have used the money on them, but they simply laughed at her. So Takano gave up on brabbing them, and instead she decided to use it now because her research project was going to be terminated anyway. With 1 billion yen, it might be possible to bribe the mountain dogs. If she has sponsors, it'll be easier. Her grandfather couldn't complete his life's work. But she's planning a magnificent conclusion for it. Oh shit, that can't be her true intention. Someone's gotta be deceiving her. Takano, I'm sorry I didn't notice your sorrow, even though I've been right beside you. I'm sorry. Well, Tomotaki is realizing shit's gonna hit the fan soon. Lots of suspicious stuff going on here. It's not looking good. And I still think the 48-hour death plan is probably going to fail, but we'll see. I mean, you may as well try. You might fail, but you may as well try to mess with Takano, fuck her up. At least fuck with her a little bit. Revealing that you know she's the enemy. I feel like that's pretty bad, but you can try it. I think the original plan was for her to show up at Watanagashi looking normal, but apparently we're not doing that. The preparation for tomorrow's festival is moving right along at the Furude Shrine. Vans and pickup trucks are bringing in tents and equipment. The village youth group and some middle-aged men are unloading them. I heard Rika's really sick. I hope she's okay. I heard she didn't go to school again today. I hope she gets better soon. Yuri, how's Rika doing? Well, she had a bad cold, but she's starting to get better, I think. She needs to take it easy, though. I just went to see them and told them to stay in bed. See, this is the problem with the 48-hour plan. If Yuri's saying he saw her 24 hours ago, you can't say she's been dead 2 days. It's a massive problem. I don't know how anyone's going to notice that. How anyone's not going to notice that. Oh, Satoko's sick too? With both of them staying home and sick? I'm sure they can't help but play around. Considering they got sick at the same time, Rika and Satoko are pretty close, huh? Kimiyoshi. Dr. Yuri just told us Rika and See? Like, it's spreading all over the place. Everyone knows that they're getting better. They killed Rika? No, they didn't kill Rika, but Rika is planning on getting the police to help her cover up her own death. So, like, fake her death to try and escape. Or, like, fuck with the Kano. But the problem is that Eri is claiming that he just saw her and that she was, like, sick but getting better. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to say that she's... Because the goal is to basically bypass this, like, a claim that within 48 hours of Rika dying, the whole village will be insane. And they'll have to kill everyone because they'll be, like, fucking berserk, killing everybody. Killing everyone who's, like, not in the village, or anyone in the village. It'll be a bloodbath. So, like, they're like, we're gonna kill everyone before 48 hours is up. So they're saying, if we can fake my death and claim that I've been dead for 2 days, then they'll be like, oh, we there's no reason to do this. This document was wrong. We were gonna kill 2,000 innocent people. That's the plan. Is to fake Rika's death, so that they think the 48 hours that everyone would descend into madness has already passed, so they wouldn't be able to kill everyone. That's the claim. That's the goal. The issue is, Dr. Eri is saying he just saw them, and they're like planning on having her. Yeah, basically, Eri isn't in on the plan though, and Eri's also working with them, but they haven't communicated that with Eri, and they don't know that Eri has come by their house. So I feel like it's gonna go poorly unless Eri and Uishi or one of the team members talks, because otherwise it's gonna be a disaster. Like, he's not working against them. It's because they didn't communicate with their whole team. They have, like, Akasaka and Eri are trying to work together so that Akasaka doesn't get fucking murdered. But they aren't talking to Dr. Eri, who's now doing this stuff. They haven't told him about the 48-hour plan, so they're gonna have to wait another day to try this out. Like, if he says they're good this day, then someone needs to talk to him. It's like their left hand isn't communicating with their right hand. Their left hand came up with this great idea about this 8-hour feigned death plan, and the right hand is saying, I need to check to verify that they're not dead, because if I don't, someone from the Mountain Dogs is going to investigate, and that'll expose Akasaka, you know, our asset that's hiding, pretending to be where you're living, because you decide to go into hiding 3 days early for some reason. Like, sure, you can go into hiding, but you're like, your plan to go into hiding 3 days early is causing a conflict with your 48 hours death plan. But you haven't realized it yet, so hopefully they figure it out. I'm thinking it'll go poorly, because things are going too smoothly, and this game usually doesn't go perfectly as well as everyone's planning it, but we'll see how it goes. I see, that's good. By the way, how about tomorrow's performance? You don't think she'll be able to do it, do you? Do you? She says she's going to anyway. If you asked her, I'm sure she'd be more than happy to oblige. But as a doctor, even if she didn't have a fever today, I'd rather not let her do it. Oh, that's no good. Or you. Rika's getting better, but she has to stay in bed. Well then. We can't force her and see her collapse during the ceremony. People will say it's the curse of Oyashiro. Well, the villagers were really worried. They say there might be a curse again this year. It's Satoko, Hojo, and Rika, you know. Some people are imagining some really horrible things. Nitwits. Rika's the reincarnation of Oyashiro. If she was cursed, the whole village would perish. Don't even suggest things like that. Right, sorry. Dr. Eri, can I come see them? Oh, please let them rest for a while. They're recovering and they're at an age where they want to play. Someone visiting them would be too stimulating. They're sure to get out of bed. I see. I guess I should stay. Doctor, please take care of them, alright? Not just Rika, but Satoko as well. Oryu lives with Mion. She should know that Rika's there. Really, that's surprising. Oryu always acts as if she doesn't even see Satoko. But she just asked me to take care of Satoko as well. Absolutely. I'll make sure both Rika and Satoko. I'll make both of them better. Count on me. If something happens, people will say it's the curse. Dr. Eri, don't you think it's foolish to talk about things like curses when we're in the 80s? When people have gone to the moon? I do. During the damn conflict, we use stories like that for our own needs. The damn conflict is over now. As long as we keep talking about the curse, the damn conflict will never end. Are you saying if Satoko dies, people will say it's the curse of the damn conflict? The damn conflict is over. If a village kid gets a cold, it's the elder's job to worry about it. That's all. I already know what Oryu wants to say. I want her to actually say it, but if I'm made her, she might get angry. It's more than enough. When she talks about the damn conflict, she doesn't mean the war they waged against the construction. She's including how the Hojo family was ostracized after it was over. She's saying that the damn conflict is over, including everything that happened as a result of it. And that's why she told me to take care of Satoko. I'm sure Satoko will appreciate your concern. I like that rascal would never understand an old person's feelings. Aren't they living together right now? Or you left laughing. They're living in the same house right now. I wasn't the only one watching her leave. Kimiyoshi and some other elders did the same. They all understood what Oryu wanted to say. The conflict is over. Choko's a healthy girl. She's down with fever. It must be a terrible cold. Dr. Eri, please take care of them. Since we aren't allowed to visit them, please let both of them know how worried we are. Sure. They'll be happy to hear it. I vow to myself. Mikano is more than likely planning something for tomorrow, taking advantage of people's belief in the curse. And I can't let that happen. The curse of Oyashiro will end before it can happen for a 5th time. I'm sure of it. Good luck. So, does Tomitake die? He's in the city, so he's probably not getting murdered on Watanagashi, right? Uishi couldn't accomplish the operation alone. Oh no. Oh no. We're getting started on the operation. Fudge. Alright. He'd need help from someone else. Uishi called up both Kumagai and the old man from forensics and told them everything. I know I'm repeating myself, but this is a dangerous bridge we're crossing here. If I get a warning, that's fine. If I get reprimanded, they're taking away my pension. Hey, Uishi, I hear you always gather your colleagues at the mahjong parlor next door and threaten them every time you have a dangerous mission. It's the same old thing, right? Yeah, Uishi, why don't you say, if you don't want to lose your pension, leave while I count to 10 with more oomph in your voice like you usually do. Unless you say it that way, it doesn't sound right. Well, this seriously is dangerous, Kima. Are you really prepared to lose your pension? Why don't you count to 10 then? Fine, I'll count. If you don't want to lose your retirement money, leave before I count to 10. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got it. Kuma, you're serious. Still, are you sure you're fine with this? Yeah, I'm psyched up from what I heard about from Akasaka the other day. I became a policeman because I believe in justice. And someday, I want to talk about the things I've been through, like Akasaka. A dangerous mission? Sounds fantastic. That is the name of someone that is exactly what someone who's gonna die. A secondary character who's like, yeah, sign me up for a dangerous mission, baby. It's gonna be great. It's like, you're dead, man. You're dead. Besides, your idea's never failed before. Oh no, never failed before. Oh god. If you think this operation will succeed, I'm all for it. Kumagai died last time too. How nice it is to be you. You know, Akasaka has become quite the inspiration for him. He keeps talking about how he wants to be involved in secret investigations now. Well, it is nice to be young, I guess. What about you? I'm in. Actually, unless I help you, this operation won't succeed. I've been neglecting my health all these years. Frankly, I don't think I have much longer to live. As a man, I want to do something grand before I die. Well, you two sure are fearless. That's why you declare Orichi even with 3 flipped Dora. What are you saying, Uishi? As a man, I can't refuse. If you're gonna cut something, cut it in the middle. That's what you always say. He's not wrong. I get it. If your necks are on the line, I'm responsible. I'll have to make some preparations first. You want to start this early tomorrow morning, right? I gotta check with forensics and the autopsy department. Uishi, when this is over, you gotta treat me to something big, yeah? Of course. Look forward to it, but please make sure to be careful. Who you talk to, right? They told me there's some spies at the station. Oh, I know who I can trust. Count on me for that, at least. Alright, I'm fired up. My detective spirit's burning, and this is going to be a disaster. How is it not a disaster? This would just end the plot immediately, right? Like, if the plot just ends with no dramatic tension, that wouldn't make sense. It had taken Uishi all night to come to a decision, but those two had decided immediately. He couldn't help but question himself. I have some errands to run. I'm gonna get going. Kuma, please take the old man home. Thanks for coming here on your day off. Don't worry about it. It's been a while since something got my blood boiling. In all the years of my life, this is the first big stage to test my manhood. I'm not afraid. I'm gonna enjoy this. Thanks, old man. Kuma, too. Uishi thanked them after seeing them off, although they couldn't hear. Uishi stopped by a flower shop and bought a bouquet of balloon flowers. Usually the purple are the most popular, and Uishi was fond of that color too. But today he didn't buy purple, but unusual white balloon flowers instead. With the bouquet in hand, he headed to the cemetery across from the flower shop. The date was June 18th. The real anniversary would be tomorrow, but as Uishi had to work with Watanagashi every year, he usually commemorated it on the previous day instead. It was the day before the anniversary of the death of the old man. The one Uishi considered a best friend, a brother, and a father. Every year, I promise I'll find your right arm, but I haven't had any luck yet. He spoke to the grave. He laid the bouquet of white balloon flowers on top of it. I finally got the chance to get close, you know? Kind of funny. As it turns out, the Sonozakis have nothing to do with it. I kept promising you year after year I'd bring Oryu here and have her grovel an apology, but I was wrong this time. I don't know what to say. You'd probably smack me if you were here. I thought I knew the winning tiles, and after countless safe discards, I got slammed with a bad hit. If I hadn't made that assumption and focused on filling my hand, I might have been able to get a big one. I haven't made progress at all. It's the same with Mahjong. I'm a fool for getting ideas and then not doubting them even a bit. Uishi got to apologize to his dead friend, the damn construction manager. Uishi already had a vague idea. The way Eri phrased it, he could already guess. There was no dark secret behind the old man's dismemberment murder. The events that followed were separate incidents. The particular murder was an individual incident, and it had nothing to do with anything else. Since the culprit was the only one not caught, Uishi needed someone to blame, and the Sonozakis were the perfect target. The drama of revenge Uishi believed in never existed. Ugh. Old man Uishi from the console remake. I'm thinking I'm doing something really dangerous. Considering the risk, there isn't much in terms of reward. If anything, I might find out the truth. But I feel I can finally forgive myself. Uishi bowed deeply to the grave, and then he heard footsteps behind him. It had to be someone who knew the old man. They hadn't come on the day of Watanagashi every year either, so they come on the day before, like Uishi does. They always bring blue hydrangeas. Purple balloon flowers and those blue ones don't go well together. That's the reason why Uishi always picks white ones. It's so cursed, I know, right? The art for the console remake is like not as amazing. They did have more sprites though. There's a couple there's a couple special sprites. You think you'll be able to finish the Uku in time? Nice. They have a couple extra sprites that the PC remake has, and they obviously have the backgrounds. Like the backgrounds are pretty good, but their sprites I feel aren't as nice looking. They aren't as rich. They did the back. It's like they spent their money and they split it 50-50 between backgrounds and characters. And the PC version is just like, fuck the backgrounds, we're doing character sprites. Except weirdly enough, they didn't even do more character sprites. The console remake did more of those, so whatever. Maybe they just had less budget for the PC version. Either way, I'm glad mods exist that put all the console backgrounds in, because the old backgrounds fucking suck. The old backgrounds fucking suck. The console graphics, on average, were probably better. The backgrounds for the PC release are painful. Let's go with painful. They look like screenshots. They look like, sorry, not screenshots, photographs that someone has painted over with like water. I don't know, watercolors or some shit. It's mediocre. That's the best way to put it. They're mediocre. These ones look like generic anime backgrounds most of the time. They're not particularly good, but I think they're very serviceable, and they won't be dated. They won't be like super dated. Like, you can look at them, and I think you could look at them 20 years in the future, and you'll probably be like, is it amazing? No. Does it work? Yeah, sure. Like, you get exactly what you're looking for, you can see what's going on. And yeah, you get sometimes get the sprites baked into the background, which kind of sucks. Alright. Usually the hydrangeas are already there by the time he arrives, but as Uishi had his secret meeting with Kumagai early in the morning, he came straight to the graveyard afterwards and arrived before this person did. Visiting a grave isn't a race, it's a spiritual matter. Uishi was curious about the other person who brings flowers every year, so he looked up. Well, well. Are you visiting someone's grave too? Uishi stated the obvious. But from one glance he could guess everything. Upon seeing the hydrangeas in her arms, it all made sense. Homa, aren't you supposed to be working? What are you doing here? Akane Sonozaki laughed as she handed a bouquet of hydrangeas to her daughter, Shion. Shion, not knowing what to do, was caught between her mother and Uishi. How long are you gonna stand there? Come on, move over. Move over. Uishi moved over and, as told and spoke, so you're the one leaving hydrangeas every year? Aren't they beautiful? They're from my backyard. Hydrangeas are beautiful, Injun. Your balloon flowers are fairly unusual. White ones, huh? Well, they're nice. Uishi, excuse me. Can I put the flowers down? Shion knelt in front of the grave and got the flowers ready. She put the hydrangeas in the vase alongside the balloon flowers. They looked beautiful in the vase together, reminding their onlookers that summer was about to start. What a coincidence, they match well. It makes a nice contrast with the white and blue. I saw blue every year I came. I thought blue wouldn't go well with purple. I see, we should get along just fine then. I guess. What's the matter? Anything unusual on the x-rays? You're being unusually quiet today. It's quite disturbing. Oh, you think that might be it? Since you've been good to us, I'll bring some hydrangeas to your grave too, don't worry. Oh, by the way, you still owe us at one of our shops, don't you? I'll bring a bill too. Oh, you never run out of things to say, do you? Well, I don't plan on leaving this world quite yet. It won't be long until my retirement, but I'm still going strong. Good then. As a citizen of Okonomi, I'm glad to hear such reliable words. Their conversation should have been coded in social courtesies, and yet something felt off. Can you tell me something? The Guardians and the old man, the site manager, they didn't get along, did they? So why bring flowers for him? But we didn't get along at all. We were mighty enemies, right, Shion? Oh yeah. This old geezer was a bastard that pissed me right off. I bit him, I elbowed his stomach, and I even scratched up his car with my 10-yen coin. 10-yen coin. Shion, the statute of limitations isn't up yet? Shion stuck out her tongue and hid behind her mother in embarrassment. He hated him so much while I come here. Well, the conflict's over. Although he was our enemy, we did many unpleasant things to him too. Oh, you don't get it. The war is over. Even in a rugby game, once a game's over, no one's on opposing sides. Nothing more than that. Akane said it as though it was a normal thing, but Uishi just couldn't understand. I'm confused too, but alright. First off, they hate each other. Second, they don't even know him. That's my question. Like, why would you, like... Do you leave graves at the flowers of every person you know who's died every single year? On the anniversary of their death? I don't. They hated each other, they spat at each other, and how could they feel like bringing flowers to his gravesite? However, Akane said it was normal. Their moral standards aren't quite matching up. Actually, you're the one I can't understand. I think the damn conflict ended in your head, yet in your head it's still going, isn't it? Oh no. It's over for me. I can't even imagine hearing all that noise anymore. You've got to be kidding me. Then what's wrong with the Sonozaki's visiting his gravesite? Come on, move over. I brought something for him too. Akane took out a small package from her bag and put it down in front of the grave. See that package every year. What's in it? Oh, this is ohagi, specially made by the Virago. Drinkers usually don't like sweets, so she made them without sugar. Are you saying Oryu made ohagi for the site manager's anniversary? She does it every year. You did just say you see it every time you come here, didn't you? Uishi was stunned. Oryu's the biggest hardliner in the Onigafuchi Guardians, no questions. He believed for a long time she was the mastermind behind the old man's murder, and because of that he couldn't believe she'd been making ohagi every year for his anniversary. Don't give me that look. Let's not do this anymore, okay? Do what? Pretend the family shouldn't visit the site manager's grave. It won't be long now until it's 1990. By then, even the Emperor might be dead. How much longer are you planning to drag out this war, which has already ended? Oh, please, I don't even want to think about the conflict. There's nothing better than peace. The government was at fault. They should think about what they've done. But we were at fault too. That's why we have regrets. And when things are done, there's no point dragging them out. We need to wrap up that era of our forefathers, and young people need to create a new one. What happened was unfortunate, and I regret the old man had to die. If he were alive, we could have shared a toast together and made it. But he's dead. So we can't reconcile. I think it's sad. Well, that's what happens when someone dies. But you're alive. You're alive. Right, I am, and so are you. Then maybe a day will come when we can get along. Well, I don't know about that. Shion, why don't you give this to the priest? And then wait in the car, okay? Sure. Akane took out an envelope from her pocket and gave it to Shion. Shion took the envelope, bowed to Uishi, and then ran off. During the conflict, I thought she was a feisty little girl. She sure has grown up. How long do you think it's been since then? She hit puberty? We even went bra shopping together. She isn't a little girl anymore. That's how long it's been. Many years have passed. Time is dense for young people, but diluted for old folks. Well, the old ones are the ones who don't change. Young people keep growing. This is... This scene is much longer than I would have thought it would be. Before we know it, they pass us by. And we simply withdraw ourselves and watch over them, see how it works. I guess. I can't believe I'm getting a talking to from the demon princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki. I can't believe you remember that name. I'm a lady of Shishibone these days. You know, I'd appreciate if you kept that name to yourself. Well, I guess the conflict's over, yeah? That's right. It's all over. The two of them watched Shion and the priest exchange words in front of the main temple building. Both were silent, but the air between them was comforting. There was no breeze, and a cabbage-white butterfly flitted around them. You're supposed to be at work, but how about around? Up for some fresh, cold sake? Maybe not today. I gotta drive, and so do you, right? That's too bad. Maybe next time, huh? Yeah, next time. Something that had been sitting inside Uishi for a long time started to dissipate. Something that had coagulated was melting away. I gotta get going. Your daughter's waiting too, right? She is? We've gone through a lot, but let's forget about it all. How about that? Is this gonna be our only cameo of Shion? She shows up for 2 seconds to say hi to Uishi? We'll have a party one of these days, Wooten. Akane turned around with a big smile on her face, but all of a sudden it changed into an impish grin. Officer Uishi, since we made up now. I got a traffic ticket yesterday. I was so mad I ripped it in half. You think you can do something about that? Go to the nearest police station for that. Maybe I can give you a priority spot in the waiting line. What are friends even for? Their laughter echoed under the blue sky. Got busted for speeding already. Already trying to leverage a relationship with the police officer she's spoken to once in the last 5 years. Those Sonozakis, never up to anything good. Thank you for waiting, Nomura-san. Nope, sorry. At the moment, I'm talking to a woman over the phone. How's everything going? Going well. The festival's tomorrow. I see. Good. First Lieutenant Tomitake will get into an accident tomorrow night. H-173, the medicine that was supposed to be destroyed, will be administered to him, and no matter what happens, it'll be a very pitiful end. What an interesting opening. We've already finished our forgery of the proceedings. It'll show that Lieutenant Colonel Erie was trying to sell your research to a foreign country so we can continue it. And Tomitake's murder is part of that. Yes. That'll be the first step for the board of directors to become suspicious of the Institute. We're taking care of all of it, don't worry. Also, regarding that, what should we do if it happens? If what happens? I mean, what if Tomitake agrees to join us? He isn't included in the takeover operation, is he? Well, no, he's an auditor for the board. If he becomes our ally, that might be beneficial. According to our analysis, even if he changes his allegiance, there won't be much for us to gain. Why add another unnecessary worry to the operation? Right, sorry. I thought we might be able to use him for something, which is why I suggested it. We'll go with the original plan then. I think that would be better. I'll get in touch with you again. Goodbye. For a while, I kept holding the phone receiver, lost in thought, and then I put it down, dialing a number I'd become very familiar with. Hello. Economy Hotel, Okonomiya. How may I assist you? Hello, could you connect me to room 406, the one belonging to Tomitake? Tell him Takano's calling. Sure, I'll connect you. One moment, please. The operator put me on hold, leaving behind only electronic music. I waited a minute and the operator came back on again. I'm sorry, the guest in room 406 isn't in his room right now. Would you like to leave a message? That's fine. I've already left a few of them. You know when he left the hotel? You know but when he'll be back? I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I see. I'll call again. I put down the phone before the operator finished speaking. This is the 3rd time I've tried calling him. I left a message telling him to call me back, but he hasn't. Why? Is he out taking photographs by himself? Or waiting for me behind the shrine where we usually meet? He's out investigating her, obviously, but I'm surprised he's making himself so suspicious. Who would think I would actually come all the way here expecting him to be waiting for me? I'm even surprised myself. People are in the middle of setting up tomorrow's festival. Tents are put up for food stalls and preparations for events are taking place. It's almost too noisy for me with two people shouting as they work, plus the noise from the batteries for the stalls. I mean, he might actually be out taking photographs. And soon I reach the back of the shrine before realizing it. This is probably the best view in the whole village. This is where Jiro and I usually meet, and just maybe he's waiting for me here. Of course, that's just wishful thinking. God will never grant my wishes. He only has fun by testing me. I look down at the village below, letting the breeze flow through my hair. He usually follows me around while he stays in Hanamizawa. He asks if I want to go to eat, go for a walk, take some photographs with him. But he hasn't done any of that this visit. His behavior towards me changed. Maybe it's because he heard about the horrible impression I left with the new board of directors. Maybe he thinks I'm a mad scientist because of that incident. I can feel he's losing interest in me. But I had my own complaints too. When I don't want him around, he's so persistent, but when I need him to listen to me, I can't get a hold of him. But if I did get through to him, what would I even talk about? What could I talk to him about? Right after talking to someone about my plan to assassinate him. Why should he even answer my call? She's like, oh, why won't this guy talk to me? Meanwhile, planning to murder him. I'm simply running wildly, and when I reach the point of no return, I'll want to be forgiven. And want him to do that for me. Just because he always does that whenever I want him to. He shows up whenever I need him. Who would forgive someone like me who has nowhere else to go but hell? Well, would he forgive me? Out of sympathy? No. Well, he'd be surprised. He'll do his job and arrest me. I'm a member of the SDF after all, so what I'm doing is treason. I've been thinking about him a lot for the last few days. Will Tomatake survive? What is Tomatake doing, and is he acting suspicious? I don't quite know. Just now I realized something. He's not attractive at all as a man. He has no sense of humor, no good taste. He has nothing, absolutely nothing. Well, he has a belly. But there's nothing appealing about him. He doesn't care about my schedule, he's persistent, and when I treat him nicely because I'm in a good mood, he becomes even more persistent. There really is nothing good about him. Why are you dating him then? Despite his age, he tells me things like how the last time he held a woman's hand was when he did folk dancing at some summer camp. Furthermore, he says those things to make me laugh. He's hopeless. More than anything, I can't stand when he completely ignores my feelings. I want to be alone sometimes. I don't want to do anything sometimes, yet he drags me out, completely ignoring how I feel. And that's why, even when I'm exhausted or I don't feel like doing anything, I end up going with him, which makes me laugh. I always thought that just wore me out, and yet I want him to drag me around. I'll probably never feel this way again, and yet he's not there. You really think I don't want to spend time with him? Obviously, you're planning to murder him, and you've done so 100 times out of 100 so far. So, with this melancholy of yours, who cares? This is temporary melancholy. You've never hesitated even once in one timeline. There's no possibility she would not try to kill him. Maybe I've grown used to his abundant affection. When he took me out on a day I didn't want to do anything, I was in a bad mood, but after a while, I started to feel better and found myself having fun. If he was with me now, would he take me to photograph birds like always? Would he happily explain it all with his know-how, even though I didn't ask? It'd be boring and troublesome, but that's what I want right now. Do I see my grandpa in him? I love my grandfather. He gave me a purpose to live. I needed him. I loved Uncle Koizumi. He helped me with my dream. I needed him. And after both of them died, maybe I just sought their aspects in him. Am I starving for a protector? Well, maybe I'm so traumatized by my parents' accident, I need someone nearby to watch over me all the time. Maybe I'm still immature. My inner child is throwing a fit because she can't put together a toy, saying if it's going to be broken, she's going to break it herself. It won't just be my problem. It'll bring about huge, irreversible tragedy. But that's the only way to prove the truth of grandfather's work. That belief allowed me to prepare up to this point. I don't get how this proves the truth of her grandfather's work. She kills Rika, and then she exterminates everyone in the village before the madness happens, so she can't even prove the berserk thing happening. It's fucking weird, but alright. In a few days, the top members of the government will be scrutinizing my grandfather's article and terrified by the worst-case scenario he predicted. They'll regret canceling our research and neglecting countermeasures as they pass their final resolution. That's when my grandfather's article will become truth, his great work uplifted, and his name carved into the pages of history. And then he'll become a god. I don't get how this won't be covered up. This is all secret, and you're thinking they're gonna just be like, yeah, we killed 2,000 people, publish it to the nation, be like, Berserk virus, had to exterminate them all. Like, you think that's gonna happen? I don't think that's gonna happen, Takano. You're fucking drunk. You're fucking drunk, Takano. And then he'll become a god in eternal existence. And I will reveal the god worshipped as Oyashiro-sama to be the Hinamizawa syndrome, casting them down to earth. I'm gonna complete the 5th curse of Oyashiro-sama with Shiro-san's death, as well as my own, and I'll become the one who curses, not the one who is cursed. I'll be in the position to test instead of being tested. I will ascend to godhood, and I'm going to make the curse a reality. I will kick the god of this place off her throne, and then grandfather and I will be together forever. Gods don't get tested. Fate doesn't test gods, except for all the gods who are dead, gone, and nobody believes in them. Good luck. No grief will separate us. Yep, okay. I'll be with my grandpa forever. And after that, we're going to work on our research together in that study, filled with the smell of formalin. A scene from happier days. Grandpa at his desk, writing something down. I'm in a good mood. Lying on my stomach on the carpet right behind him, flapping my legs and humming a tune. I help him with his research by organizing his books as if I was playing with blocks. Return to those times is my only wish. The past can never be regained, only a facsimile of it. What's gone is gone, my friend. Of course, if I could go back that far, I'd want my parents to be alive too. That would be nice. If I could play with my grandpa's books, while listening to my mother's cooking in the kitchen, and my father flipping through his newspaper, that would complete my happy world. It would be my ideal childhood. But that world doesn't have a door to the outside world. I mean, that's true. That much is true. You can't exist in the real world ever again. And the best you could do, I think the closest you could ever do, if you really wanted to go back to your like old days, is I think if you graduated from university, I think you could go back to university like 5 years later, and you could feasibly fit in with a lot of people there. I think you could. If you were like changing majors or like changing career paths, like say you went to university for, I don't know, what are we going for, business, and you're like, fuck business. After like 3 years working in the field, you're like, fuck business, I'm doing something else. And you go for like sociology or something. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. Philosophy. I don't give a fuck what you're doing. I think you could feasibly fit in with most people. If you went back and like lived the college student life, I think you could do that. That'd be like the closest to coming back to your old thing. Like you can't go back to like public school. You can't go back to high school. You can go back to college, sort of, a little bit, if it's quick enough. And like some people basically never leave because they'll do their bachelor's and then they'll do the master's and then they'll do the doctorate or whatever, right? Like you can live that kind of life. I think you can go back to that one for a while, but everything else is pretty hard to regain. And specific scenarios with the same people are like impossible. That'd be like assuming you wanted to like live that experience of having never been to a college, so you'd go to a new college. And you wouldn't know anyone there, so it'd be like the same thing as actually going to college. It'd be like very close, although reasonably you'd probably have like a better grasp on like funding and money, hopefully. I think that'd be like the only way to regain like a fragment of the past. And that would be like to just recreate a possible opportunity, like a left branch instead of a right branch. That would be the best you could do. If you ever want to recreate the past. Accurately creating with the same people is just not possible. So I can't go over to my friend's house, because if I went to my friend's house, there wouldn't be anybody there when I returned. Nobody. Because they all died in a train accident. I don't want an outside world. I want to stay in my house with my parents and my grandfather. I mean, no one likes interacting with the... Well, nobody likes doing all the boring shit you have to do in real life. Everyone would rather live in an idealized world. That much is obvious for a lot of people. Or their idealized world, I should say. Not an idealized world. I.e., if your idealized world contains something, some people's ideal world is incredibly boring and they just relax and do nothing, and other people are looking for a challenge or something, so it would be their personal idealized world. So for like half the anime nerds, it's probably going to be another isekai. It's gonna be another generic harem isekai. Oh my god. I'm a doctor after all. I can analyze myself. I know what I'm wishing for is proof of my immaturity. But if I know that much, then why do I long for a parental figure in Jiro-san? Even as I plan an operation which includes his death, I'm trying to hang on to him. If I'm going to betray people so I can become God, I should remain a villain until my final moments. But if I'd rather be a lonely little girl, I should remain modest and humble until my final moments. Do the Japanese not know the word for killing gods? Because you're not immortal if you're a god. You can still be slain. Either way, it is my way of life, and no one can criticize me for it. I can criticize lots of things, but you're entitled to go do it anyway. Because if I believe it's right, all I can do is go on without listening to such criticism. That doesn't mean no one can criticize you, that just means you aren't going to listen to it. I still can't decide, so I want somebody to criticize me. Nobody ever criticized my way of life. That's what I want to I want to hear someone do it. I want to hear someone tell me my way of life is wrong. I want Jiro to tell me I've done a stupid thing, and I want him to slap me. Note to self, Takano wants to be slapped. Such masochistic desires speak a great deal as to how I reject my present self. Seems a little bit more unhealthy than into masochism, but that's alright. Am I really longing for a parent? I'm too old to call myself immature. Even if I do, no one else will. Well, no matter how immature I am, people will treat me as a grown person. They say I possess an adult's responsibility and proper judgment, and they've brought me this far already. And I'll be judged before the devil. Will I still plead not to judge my immature self as a grown-up? Am I going to act that pathetically in front of the devil? I'm already going to hell, yet I can't completely become a devil because I hate the idea of hell, yet I refuse to try and repent. My mind can only float in a lake of blood, drifting as I drown. If only Jiro were here. My mind would clear up as I played along with his insensitive chatter. Why isn't he around when I need him the most? Because he's the worst fucking person on the planet for lying. This is the last chance I'll have to spend time with him. I hate how immature I am, becoming so insecure just because he isn't around. I found myself before the offertory box. I came here when the Erie Clinic's construction had ended, and the research at the Institute was about to begin. I remember how bravely I challenged the god of this place. I was full of hope and ambition. After going through many hardships, I finally came this far. I even vowed I'd become a god, and I did so in front of the god of this place. I can vaguely recall my grandfather telling me a story similar to that. Oh, it was the story of the Tower of Babel. Alright, we all know this story. People build the tallest tower in the world and trying to build a monument to rival God. He throws a temper tantrum and nobody can speak the same language or communicate ever again. Sucks. When there was only one language in the world, people lived in one place with one will. In a display of their authority, they built a tower that would reach the heavens. God got angry because they forgot how to show respect to him. He believed all of man gathered to commit such an affront because they shared a language and a will. So their communion was shattered, people thrown into disorder, and they were given different languages so they'd never be able to communicate with each other. Pretty shitty story, and leads to nothing but trouble. For lots of people who aren't even guilty of this. Also, I'm pretty sure a skyscraper would have been tall. You know what's funny about the Tower of Babel? I'm pretty sure a skyscraper will be taller than the Tower of Babel. Just gonna throw that out there. Just gonna throw that out there. Abu Dhabi is the tower in fucking the CN Tower is probably taller than the Tower of Babel ever got. Just pointing that out, like, you know. This story gets dumber and dumber every year. Every year life goes on. You're like, man, there's like 1 million skyscrapers around. We should be getting cursed left, right, and center. We're building houses taller than that shit. Like the fucking, like, fuck man. It's like, it's so funny, right? Isn't that funny just to think about? Like, for 2 seconds, you're like, every time you hear this story, the more you realize that, like what ancient construction methods could actually achieve. Is like the Burj Khalifa is taller than anything that could probably have been achieved that long ago. Probably taller. It's probably taller than anything they could have made. They're not going to make a multi-kilometer tall building. Like, let's think about this. A multi-kilometer high tower in... What was this? 50 AD? Or no, like in 1500 BC. Like 1500 BC. Okay? You know, they did build the pyramid. Let's be honest, they made the pyramids because pyramids are efficient and easy to build. You could make a pyramid as big as you wanted to. It would be exponentially larger
The taller you build it, because they have a linear scaling for height versus width versus total mass. That would be an absurd amount of resources. But it's also unfeasible, as it's supposed to be like the ultimate city built into a tower. And I'm like, how do you do that? Yeah. Like, the Tower of Babel is actually smaller than a modern skyscraper would probably be. So there's like a million towers of Babel these days, we just don't call them that. Kind of a funny story. But also really, really dumb from God's perspective, considering that basically, if you want to think of it this way, you can also think of it stupid from God's perspective because half the people can't communicate, and the chosen people can't spread his words because they can't communicate with people. So he's also damning a ton of people to die because, or to suffer in hell forever in the future because they can't communicate with people. Like, it's like, okay, so like by splitting everyone who's living in an area up, basically God is in this moment taking action to make it so that people in the future will not know God, and therefore they will suffer eternally in hell. Basically, he's making, like, these people, it's their fucking fault. Sure. But by doing this, and making like everyone disperse from Babel, by shattering their will to work together, not only is he actively creating conflict, so you could blame every major conflict between, like, foreign powers on this, but you could also blame him for, like, tons of people not following their Christian religion, and thus, or being aware of it and thus going to hell because they're no longer living in a large community together, sorry. Kind of funny, right? Like, okay. So let's just say, okay, so you have like 50 people, including like 3 priests, okay? You randomly give everyone a different language to speak and send them all off in different directions. What are the odds that the three people who are the priests all speak every single language that you just randomly assigned? That's not going to happen because you gave 50 languages out. So these other people who are like less involved in your religion or less likely to follow you, like, you're kind of not helping yourself here, right? So then they don't know enough. They aren't deeply involved in, like, your religion, and they now just got cursed by you. So, like, if they were gonna have a crisis of faith, they can't exactly go to the priest for advice. So they go off on their own, and now you're like, well, fuck, I just lost like 3/4 of my religious followers, and for everyone and their children's fuck. Like, it's just really shitty. Yeah. Really shitty decision. As they couldn't communicate with each other, many left, and the tower which challenged heaven fell to ruin. Something like that, anyway. I'm not sure what the lesson is, but this is what my grandfather explained to me. It's also funny because it implies that every single person on the planet at one point had a unified will to build a tower. Possibly because they fucking hated God. Everyone, just think of that. Everyone on the planet unified in one purpose. It seems dubious, but it would be nice for people to actually be unified, you know? Like, fucking with climate change a little bit. That would be nice. Everyone could consistently agree that we need to do something. Oh, well. Or actually consistently focus on doing something productive. I don't think we could get everyone on the planet right now to agree to anything. Building a tower that reaches heaven is the greatest challenge for humans, but a challenge to God. Challenge God is truly sinful, but as humans couldn't help but test that untrodden peak. It's not easy to build a tower tall enough to reach heaven. While they're building the tower, people will fall into disharmony and lose mutual understanding they once started with, their united wills thrown into disarray. This applies not just to a group, but can be said about one person as well. No matter how solid their will, the closer they come to heaven, the more limits God imposes on man. Even iron wills are sure to waver at some point. It's just too arrogant for people to think they can always carry out their original intentions. It must have been what my grandfather was thinking deep down. I'm sure he lost hope a lot since no one even recognized the value of his research. Yet he believed in himself, and he believed someday his work would be appreciated. Maybe that was his wish rather than reaching heaven. Grandfather realized he wouldn't be able to complete his research, and maybe he was trying to find where he could compromise. Humans can't build a tower that reaches heaven, but the story of the Tower of Babel is still around. If it didn't reach heaven, but we tell the story of the tower that challenged God. According to the story, the tower was left behind with no one to work on it. The incomplete tower stayed in that place for a long time, never achieving its goal. But if someone were to see it, they would realize how great it was that someone accepted that challenge and praised their name, right? I took over the tower from my grandfather and tried to make it reach heaven, but I ended up succumbing to the same fate. If it's gonna be destroyed anyway, I'll try to destroy it myself. What am I doing? Anyway. If I hadn't tried to continue my grandfather's research, his work on Hinamizawa syndrome would have remained forever. Even if it was an empty tower nobody visited, if someone came by, they'd praise whoever attempted the challenge. They would have praised my grandfather. But I took over his work, and I built the tower closer to heaven, which made God angry, and the tower is going to be destroyed. It'll become a pile of rubble, and when the Erie Institute's shut down, all its records will be destroyed. My grandfather's wish for his work to be appreciated by someone will never be granted. I tried to make my grandfather an eternal existence, yet I ended up making it an impossibility. How can I call myself Mio Takano? Instead of inheriting the 1, 2, 3 and continuing to count to 3, 4, I reduced it to 0. If it wasn't for me, my grandfather's work would have remained an empty tower. It would have stayed in the world forever, but I ruined it. I did that. I can feel myself sweating. The sweat reminds me I've done something inexorable. When did I make a mistake? Where did I go wrong? It wasn't when I came here. It was before then. I started to walk down the wrong path long before that. Oh yeah, you fucked up way early when you started working with Tokyo and put yourself in the situation to work in secret so that all your documents would never come to light. My grandfather was working on a great challenge. He built a mighty tower, and it was supposed to continue to stand there and wait for someone to appreciate it. He definitely said he wanted his work to be valued by someone, even after his death. But I misunderstood. Somewhere along the way, I made a wrong turn. I misinterpreted his wish and ruined everything. I tried to make him eternal, and yet I destroyed him. He built an eternal tower, and yet I raised it. Where did I go wrong? What went wrong? Well, it's obvious. My grandfather counted to 3, and with that, it was complete. I simply tried to do more with addition, and everything collapsed, and now all of it is ruined. I shouldn't have even tried to count to 4. I shouldn't have done anything. He didn't even ask me to continue his research. A little girl shouldn't play in this dark study. Go outside and play with your friends. I remember my grandfather telling me things like that, but I refused and stayed in the study so I could help him. And eventually he stopped telling me to play outside and just enjoyed having my company while he worked. But when we first met, he used to say things like that. Then what? Living with Grandpa was the first mistake I made? Then what? When I escaped the orphanage, I shouldn't have called him? I shouldn't have found a 10-yen coin? I shouldn't have asked Grandpa to help me? Now I remember. I know where I belong. A noise of something metal striking something else is getting closer. Closer and closer. I'm not allowed to fall asleep. I wasn't asleep, I just had my eyes closed. I'm sorry. Damn you, X. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I'm sorry. Come on, X, damn it. Don't kick. I'm afraid of the metal sound. Don't kick it. I'm not being kicked, but the noise is kicking me. Please don't kick. Please don't kick the metal fence, please. My body's getting cracked. I think my body's getting cracked. All the dirty, itchy, painful things soak into the cracks. The filth and the prickling feel horrible. It's soaking into my chest, gathering together, and I desperately try to resist, so it won't touch my heart. But the dirtiness and itching draw together more and more. My chest is soaked, and soon enough my face will be swallowed. They actually did a watercolor here. Interesting. Even drowning in this dirtiness and itching, I try desperately to hold my breath. At least my heart won't be soaked with it. X, damn it. X. There's just X's. Like, okay. I don't have anything to say. I can't hold my breath. I drown in an ocean of muck, and yet as I'm taking on the muck, my heart struggles not to be tainted, to rise above it until my heart too sinks into the sea of grime. Only creatures that have lived on land will grasp and suffer the pain of drowning as they long to return to dry land. Not quite true. Saltwater creatures can drown in freshwater, and vice versa. Creatures that have always lived in the ocean never drown. Grandpa won't come help me. That is the best thing for me and him both. I am X. X. Lots of X's. X's everywhere. See? When I stop struggling, there no more noise. I don't have to hear that scary metal noise. Is it a roar or a yell? I needed to borrow strength to scream in order to come back to the present world. My body is sweaty. It feels dirty, itchy, and painful. It reminds me of that day. I can feel welts coming on as the sweat crawls down my skin. It's just delusion. It can't be itchy, because all that is long over. It'd be really funny if Mio Takano killed herself via the virus. That'd be funny. I take a bath every day and I scrub my body until it turns raw and red. Not even the slightest drop of that filth could possibly remain. But I can't help it. I remember that filth. I can only get rid of it by scratching my arm so hard it leaves marks. Can't get rid of the itching. It would be funny if she just contracted level 5 Hinamizawa syndrome by herself and died. That'd be silly, but funny. I can't get rid of the filth. Of course I can. I'm a filthy existence. Grandpa never should have saved someone like me. Meeting me made him unhappy, and I shouldn't have existed. I shouldn't have been born. Well, that's depressing. I should have stayed inside that metal fence and spent my whole life there. I need to go back. I never should have left. Where I belong. Corner me in that with that horrible metal noise. Brush me with that filth, itchiness, and pain. And then kill me, so that I never meet Grandpa. Well, unfortunately, we cannot travel that far backwards in time. Is that your wish? Much like those left behind at the top of Babel's crumbling tower, or Icarus, unable to reach heaven only to fall, that is my final wish. Return me to the metal fence and give me the fate that's suitable for my existence. The wish of a liar will never come true, but I'm not a liar. You have spoken your true wish once, and yet you have yet to realize it's your greatest wish. And yet I cannot grant that wish just yet. Are you saying that's the punishment we face for challenging God? Well, I guess so. You should already know. The strength of your desire is what creates the future, and you lack that strength. Ugh, Are you saying I haven't tainted myself enough? Will even the gates of hell remain shut for someone not fully committed to me? Well, good luck, Takano. Don't worry. You'll see that prison once again soon enough. Rika, Satoko, how are you feeling? It's eerie. As Akasaka warned me, I have to be careful. Akasaka opened the door silently. How are you doing? It's bustling outside, right? Everyone's busy getting ready for tomorrow's festival. I brought some shaved ice for you, courtesy of the Refreshments and Committee. Like, how is this not a disaster in the making? There's gonna be a body discovery announcement for the two of them. Let's have some. Thanks. I'll have some. Akasaka is wearing a t-shirt, but he's still drenched in sweat. All the windows have been shut, and he can't even open the curtains. So it's very hot inside, but even accounting for that, he's still sweating like mad. That's what you are. Sure it's hot in here. No, I was exercising a little. Of course, I tried to keep quiet. I'm just staying prepared for anything, that's all. Exercise helps to refresh you all. I'm sure you've been under a lot of stress for the last few days. You must be exhausted mentally. This is a disaster, right? This is a disaster. I don't see how it's getting better. They haven't communicated at all. I'm used to that. I really appreciate you bringing some stuff. Akasaka smiled like a happy child as he ate the strawberry-flavored shaved ice. Is Oryu not aware of the plan? Because Oryu was just talking to him and didn't say shit. This is going to end poorly if they actually proceed with this. Anything yet? Word from Tomotaki? Nothing yet. Oh, Takano was saying she can't get a hold of him. Right, he changed his hotel. You think she's noticed something? No, I don't think she has. I told her he's probably going around taking pictures. It's only a matter of time before she becomes suspicious. There'll be a strong wind soon, one way or another. Dude, the fucking body discovery is gonna be a fucking disaster, man. They're literally talking to each other here. Like, he's talking to him, he's not concerned. Here, be careful. Of course. Oh, by the way, I just saw Uishi, and he told me to tell you something. I explained the 48-hour operation. This should be a disaster. Even if you're telling him it should be a disaster, because you're claiming that you just saw him. Akasaka seemed impressed with the notion, because I told him it came from the girls. That's a fantastic idea. It'll shake our enemy quite a bit. It'll give Tomotaki a big opportunity to find something, too. When's the operation taking place? It'll be decided when they meet with Uishi tonight. Oh good, they have another day. But since we don't have much time, it may be as early as tomorrow morning. I see, it's stressful waiting for a battle to begin. If there's something we can do, we might as well just do it. Your time in Hinami's always limited too. How much longer can you stay?
I told Yuki I'll be home by midnight on Sunday, but if the situation changes, I might stay longer. She's a policeman's wife. She'll understand. You can't call her from here either, huh? Sorry to put you in this situation. Oh, don't worry. It's not like we're newlyweds. She won't divorce me for not calling every night. Although he says that, it's easy to tell he wants to hear the sound of her voice. Any changes on your end? Anything you need? I'll bring it. Nothing yet. Any changes? Well, it's hard to say. There's too many people going in and out of for the festival. Even if there's someone suspicious among them, I can't quite tell. We should assume our enemies are hidden among them, and we'll be on our guard. Sounds right. By the way, the dogs are starting to move, as you said. When I asked Okanogi about their plans, he said he's raising security for the days surrounding the festival to take into account the possibility of some criminal using the 5th year to target Rika. That matches the situation. It almost looks like all the preparations officially and unofficially are going smoothly for tomorrow. You're saying tomorrow is going to be a festival in more ways than one. If the operation gets underway tomorrow, it'll be quite the turbulent day. Yes. Everything will change. So I'm curious. I'm curious if he's going to dial Akasaka while he's in the meeting. Because if you recall... Oh no, that's Tomitake. Fuck, that's not Eri. Damn, he's just dead. Alright. I'm like, how is Tomitake not going to die? I assume he's not going to be there. And he won't get murdered because he's not there. At the meeting where they ask him to turn and kill everyone in the town. Everything will change starting tomorrow, June 19th, 1983, a tempestuous day that divides the peaceful world from the tragic one. The fate of the world will change on that day. The fate of a small world, for many people, will change on that day. I finished my secret meeting with Akasaka and left while calling up the second floor, pretending to address the girls. How is this not a disaster? Like you're talking to them, the dogs are acknowledging that you're acknowledging their existence. When some villagers saw me do that, they asked how they were doing. They asked me about both girls, which made me happy, but you realize this is a disaster. How are you going to do the body discovery if, how are you going to do this body discovery if you literally just spoke to them 5 minutes ago? It won't be 48 hours. The 48-hour plan just doesn't fucking work. I don't get it. The 48-hour plan doesn't work as long as he's acknowledging their existence and that they're in there alive. Every day he does that, they can't do 48 hours since they were last seen. They have to reset the timer. It seems like a disaster. But okay. Or you said spread among the villagers. In other words, the curse of Oyashiro may be lifted even before tomorrow's festival. If nothing happens tomorrow, well, it's finally free from the curse and the ghost of the damn conflict. As we prepare for the upcoming battle, I realize the extent of the responsibility we've taken on, but at the same time it gives me strength. Strength to do what needs to be done. After greeting officials under the main tent, I ran into Takano as I headed back to the clinic. It's unusual for her to be here alone. If Tomitake was with her, I could understand, but she'd never come here by herself. For a moment I thought she suspected a connection between me and Akasaka, but it doesn't seem that way. I'm relieved. Unusual? What are you doing here? Oh, nothing. I'm just taking a walk. I see. It's a nice day today. I bet it's perfect for taking a walk. I wonder if Jiro's taking a walk too. Those words had a strange nuance to them. Takano normally only spends time with Tomitake out of politeness. At least that's how she's been acting, so when I heard her say that, I was a little surprised. Maybe. He's from Tokyo. I'm sure he's enjoying the fresh air and the beauty of Hinamizawa. Director, do you have any idea where Jiro went? Nope, not a clue. He didn't come to the meeting last night. It was a good thing someone else was there to take his place, but he should have been there. He's neglecting his job, don't you think? This is going in the wrong direction. I have to change the subject. Why was he not at the meeting? I thought he was supposed to be acting mostly normal. I don't actually know what's going on in this case. I thought he was supposedly acting slightly normal, just like... I figured he'd just be busy doing stuff, instead of hanging out with Takano because he's actually working. Alright, whatever. Well, I'm sure he needed a little break. I bet he wanted to be... alone? Like you. Yeah, I can see that. I think that went well. She didn't ask about Tomitake after that. When I look around, I can imagine how lavish the festival is going to be tomorrow. Watanagashi is the biggest festival of the year around here. It's bigger than Christmas, boys. It's grown in scale ever since the damn conflict ended, and this year the festival hits a peak. I'm sure the villagers of all ages will enjoy themselves tomorrow. Takano and I overlooked that heartwarming scene. Tomorrow looks like it's gonna be fun. Yeah, fun, yeah. The conversation was very ironic. We both meant something different as we spoke. Can hardly wait for the festival to start. Yeah, a fun festival is about to begin. I noticed an indescribably bitter smile on her face. I hope it'll be a nice day tomorrow. After all these preparations, it'll be a shame if it rains. They worked so hard to prepare for this grand festival. A little rain won't stop them. I guess there'll be a festival, no matter the weather, huh? Yes. A grand festival. I'm sure of it. Interesting track playing in the background, Gabe. Uishi agreed to participate. In other words, he gave us the green light. Good job. I bet you had some difficulties. Not really. Like, in the anime, they highlight the 48-hour plans to throw off Takano and shake her up. They know she'll find it soon because of the eerie issues. Yeah, it's like, I don't understand how they expect her to fall for it. It's really weird. But you're saying that's like, it's actually just to mess with her? That makes more sense. It's not supposed. I thought it was supposed to like buy them time or like ruin the murder plan, but it seems like they're just maybe they're trying to like make an announcement. Basically, I think okay. So if they're doing that perspective, let's think of it this way: they're making the announcement that she's already been dead 48 hours, so that the announcement goes up to the government, and they're like, wait, there's no disaster, and then the government's really iffy about pulling the trigger. That might be what the goal is. The goal isn't actually to get Takano off the trail and keep them safe. It's actually to just mess with the government, so the government's really hesitant about pulling the trigger after they just, like, heard that she was dead. They're like, has she been dead 2 days or not, Takano? We got a news report from the police that says she's been dead 2 days, and you're telling us she's not fucking dead, and that she just fucking died. Like, what? Yeah, they wanted to panic or overthink. Yeah, I think maybe that's what the goal is. It's less to be accurate and more just to, like, fuck with her. That could work. That kind of follows. Not really. They agreed pretty easily. How nice it is to be young. I was the only one who struggled to make a decision. Kind of pitiful, huh? We can't turn back anymore. I'll give it everything I got. Uishi was a man with a great presence. He seemed pretty reliable when he's that determined. This'll work. This operation will be a success. The enemy is unthinkably strong, but we're going on the offense first. It's like sumo, right? No matter how huge the opponent, there's a chance the match can be settled in an instant with a quick shift in stance during the opening rush. See, Rika? Doesn't it feel reassuring to have this many people on your side? I don't intend on refuting anymore. I was almost ready to give up a few days ago. I can't believe how much the situation evolved. It just might be possible to change our fate after all. Rika, that's not good enough. You're right. I shouldn't say we might change our fate. We will change it. We'll win. We'll defeat fate. In any case, the timing of our trap is extremely important. What do you mean timing? We should act immediately. Tonight it'll have been 48 hours since Rika disappeared. The longer we wait, the better the position the enemy will be in. We should act as soon as possible. True. If we're too careful, that'll give them more time. Our defense ought to be cautious, but our offense ought to be bold. It's very reassuring to have both your seals of approval. What about it, everyone? No objections. I've steeled my resolve. I'm ready anytime. Is it time yet? What do you think, Satoko? We should go with haste, but right now maybe too hasty. If we were to surprise them, I think we should do it more carefully. A surprise attack should take place at night. Is there any better timing than now? Oh, calm down. You're both right. Surprise attacks usually happen at night. But look at us now. We're still up even though it's dark outside. Night attacks were more effective when there was no electricity. Nowadays, surprise attacks don't have to take place in the middle of the night. There's an even better time than that. Dawn. Is there really a better time for a surprise attack? Oh. I understand. A daybreak sortie, correct? Oh, you know some interesting terms, don't you? It's true, the worst time to call someone is not in the middle of the night, but early in the morning. People can't even think straight when they're half asleep. A surprise attack at dawn? That's a great time to do it. Yeah, I think that'll be the most effective. Knowing how Takano is, it's more than likely she'll do something to make it look like the 5th year's curse. She'll try it tomorrow night. It's normal to try to get plenty of sleep the night before. Oh, now I know the perfect time to spring my trance. A surprise attack at dawn sounds badass. I always wanted to do something like that. I'm fired up. That sounds good to me, man. Just like my men, my Bara. Does that mean I'm the only man involved who isn't psyched? Oh my. You're too old! You're too old! Alright! Ready then? The 48-hour operation commences tomorrow at dawn. The question is, how will they react? We'll be confusing them, and once they see their response, we'll attack. This is a raid! Alright. As leader of this club, I now decree the 48-hour operation is now in effect. We will carry out the task at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. It'll get busy all of a sudden. All members should be ready for an immediate response. Prepare yourselves physically and mentally. And don't forget, the fate of Hinamizawa rides on this battle. The enemy's conspiracy could have destroyed this whole village. Oh, well, we'll never let that happen. Where's Oryu in this? She's like literally... Okay, so they live in a house with like those paper walls. Like they have like wooden walls or like those paper dividers. Because this is like a super Japanese house, right? Like you can see the tatami mats on the floor, the wooden doors and walls. How on earth is Oryu not aware of this? Oryu has to be aware, right? It's like Rika's gonna be dead, and she's like, wait a minute, Rika lives in my house. I just saw her this morning. She can't be dead 2 days ago. Like I saw her when she got up for breakfast. We'll see how the end. Will they become demons or serpents? Me? Maybe they'll become kittens. Oh ho, how cute of them. I don't think so. Something huge will happen for sure. This is like a little earthquake. One that's a forewarning of a huge tsunami. You're right. I feel a little earthquake too. But we'll create that huge tsunami, and either the village or the enemy will be swallowed by it. We'll ride the wave as long as we can. This 48-hour operation will be a shock to the enemy. They'll panic, their pace will be off, and they're guaranteed to slip up somehow. But they're aware that the surveillance of the building's ongoing, right? The Sonozaki estate's pretty big. Yeah, but Oryu sleeps in the same building. Oryu sleeps in the same building, right? I don't know how big... The estate's big, but I think they only have one house. They have, like, one house. Yeah, to my knowledge, they only have one house. The underground place. And that's it. And they're operating in multiple rooms, including the main hallways. Because I remember when Shion stayed over... When Shion stays the night, she stays in the same place and, like, runs into Oryu and Mion. Because they don't have that many rooms in their house. Right? Like, they slept in the same room because there wasn't that much space. It's kind of funny. We don't know how they're going to slip up, but knowing that they will and preparing ourselves to act gives us the full advantage. We're surrounding our enemies on this huge game board that's Hinamizawa. This festival will start with our siege. We're ready. We're ready for June 19th, 1983. Shisho Misashi. Next is No Adventure. Really? You only have 200s? Okay. Hey Rika, have this many emotions ever gathered on this day? There were actually always this many emotions in this world, but this many directed to your purpose? There were always countless numbers of them gathered on this forgotten June 19th. We never realized it because we always looked at the world subjectively. There's so many people in the world, and each of them has important emotions. Those countless feelings are collecting together, giving shape to this world, this fragment. With this many emotions, what kind of world will we see? What kind of fragment will we be granted? Who will win? Takano? Us? Well, the time to find out is now. Let's open it. Let's open the door to June 19th, 1983. We're playing some pretty intense music, so this is gonna get real. It's about to get real. Ends with that. Those last three notes on the piano. I do love pianos. They're great for dramatic music. Right. They're amazing. Like, piano is such a nice instrument. Oh my god. It's so versatile. So versatile, even though with a guitar you can with electric guitar you can run it through synths and modifiers and modulators to change the sound. But a simple piano has such a range. It's so nice. Yeah, there's a limit to the floors on the uku. There's not that many. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's 6, isn't it? I thought it was 6. Are there 7? I might have miscounted. But the last floor is literally one tile. There's no actual exploration for it. So when you hit the absolute last floor, you'll know. Because you'll be oh, there's a single tile. There's nowhere else to go. There's only main story. I'll check for you. Iruku is 6 floors, my dude. 6 floors, and the 6th floor is 1 tile. So if you're on floor 5, you're like right at the ending. You're right at the ending for that part. There's a little bit of stuff you have to do after reaching the bottom. You fully cleared every floor. There's a little bit of extra that you can't do before you get to the very bottom. So there'll be a couple extra tiles. There'll be a couple extra tiles you have to go back and do. But that's it. Let's get into this. I guess with an electric keyboard, you can change the tone and synthesize a lot of different stuff too. Because keyboard's basically like the flat guitar. Maybe a harp? The keyboard is like a pre-tuned harp that plays fixed notes. Maybe? That might be better. It was past midnight and almost dawn. The very quiet time of the night where staying up late and getting up early meld together. So 3 or 4 a.m. The exact thing was happening in the offices of the Okanogi gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries, so they really didn't need to be on guard all the time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV broadcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. And suddenly the phone rang. It was right nearby, so one answered immediately. Thank you for calling. This is the Okanogi gardeners. Yes. What? What? Suddenly the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against a desk, but he was too panicked to care. Takano dashed into the underground security room in a hurry. Sorry to bother you, Major. Forget the coffee. Give me an update. Are you sure about this? Yes. At 4:15 p.m., a body was found in Okinomiya jurisdiction, identified as R. How could it be? R's home sick with a cold, isn't she? You were observing her, was she? Major, there's more. According to an intelligence agent at Okinomiya, at least 48 hours have passed since her death. Takano could feel her blood freezing, starting from her feet. Can you? I wish they were here to see her sudden feel of panic. She's like, what? What? She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier? Takano just couldn't understand. That can't be right. Why are the villagers still composed? They could have developed terminal symptoms as early as 36 hours. It was last night. But according to the intelligence agent, it's reliable information. The station was even put under a gag order because they were fearful of the religious impact it could have on the village. What do you mean? Who do you have observing the house? Our observation system is perfect. Rika is there at the house. Ever since we started, she hasn't even stepped out of the house once. Director Iri confirmed it himself. It's just impossible. How do you explain this? The police department's saying the body's Rika. It's been over 48 hours since her death. Are you telling me they're lying? A lie? A lie? That's it. Maybe it's a mistake. I was planning to fake my death using an operative from Gifu Prefecture Police Department tonight. This is the same thing. Yeah, a lie. It has to be a mistake. Takano wasn't confused because she was still half asleep. No, Takano was afraid. Her grandfather wrote in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal symptoms. This would mean he had been wrong. And what about everyone who believed his words? What would they think? The 48-hour plan seems to be working, at least for the first 5 seconds. The important thing is that she needs to actually take action. Thankfully, we have something from her perspective, so we'll know if she's taking action immediately. Excuse me, Major. There's a phone call from Nomura-san in Tokyo. Why is that woman calling me now? While I'm on the phone, check the body the police found. We can't, not right now. When our agents come in, we'll have them approach the station and observe what's going on. And what time is that? 5? 6? It needs to be done as soon as possible. Tell them to hurry up. Good morning. Takano here. All the unit members were gathered in the office of the Okanogi Gardeners, which served as a garrison for the mountain dogs in Okinomiya. I see. As soon as you find out something from the police, call me and the Major. By the way, regarding the observation system at the R residence, why didn't you confirm she's home? We assumed she didn't pick up the phone because she was sick with a cold. Director Iri went by and confirmed her presence. We just took him at his word. Naive. So there's someone at the R residence, that's for sure, right? Yes. There's someone there. Commander, why don't we enter the residence? We still have a little time. Can't do that without approval from the Major. I'm sure she won't let us in until she confirms the matter at the Okinomiya PD. In preparation for that order, increase the number of observers at the residence. At least 8. Commander, there'll be a festival at the shrine later today. We can observe, but I don't think it's possible to enter until tomorrow around midnight. What loudly timing. Wait. This is too much of a coincidence. Okanogi's rusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed someone was attacking, and he sensed his enemy had begun to attack. He realized the enemy had taken the initiative. People usually take a deep breath before they attack. The moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable, and Okanogi assumed whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander who knew the precise moment to strike. By the way, about First Lieutenant Tomatake, they said he didn't show at the clinic's meeting the other day. Is that right? I'll have someone check on him. The Major asked if I knew where he went. You think it's First Lieutenant Tomatake? Have Nightingale check Tomatake's hotel room. Tricked us. Poor Tomatake getting all the fucking heat. Tomatake's getting all the heat. Oof. Well, we can't turn back now. Let's see what happens next. Kumagai was trembling with excitement. Kuma-chan, I'm gonna check the communications center. Hold down the fort. You bet. Nobody'll get through here over my dead body. All I gotta do now is handle the phone calls. I'm going back to my post. Kumagai, take care of this place, okay? Count on me. Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This is his chance to show Ueshi what he was made of. Ueshi was on his way to the communication center. All radio communications and phone calls pass through there first. And during business hours, each section answers its own phone calls, but when they aren't open, the center answers them instead. Okanoki didn't know the enemy's commander's a high school girl. He's sweating. How's it going? Well, there was an outside call for forensics calling directly just a few minutes ago. Who called? Chief Inspector Utaka. Ah, Utaka-kun. Ueshi grinned. The enemy started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the PD to be their spy, and he started to move just like they planned. Ueshi was surprised to learn it had been Utaka. Ueshi had never liked Utaka because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Ueshi, who believed in relying on experience. Well, it's good. Your rival is the villain. They didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department. Phone call is ended. I'm gonna ask the old man. Let's see. Hello? It's me, don't worry. So, how was it? That greenhorn sure put on airs. So I just snubbed him. Idiot sure got mad. He'll come here as soon as the marshal gets in. Oh, that's so like him. He can't even fight by himself. This is getting more interesting by the minute. That phone call woke me up completely. Just like you said, there are plenty of suspicious goings-on around here. I can feel it. Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? And Demon's over there. Come on, further in. This is getting a... So they're getting calls and they're like, that's weird. How does this guy know about this? Why does he care? Why does he suddenly care? This is Tomatake. Good morning, First Lieutenant Tomatake. Sorry to bother you this early. I'm calling to let you know the Mountain Dogs have made a new move. A little while ago, all members were called in because of an emergency. We don't know the reason yet. Oh, I see. So it's finally started. Tomatake turned on the light next to his bed, putting on his glasses as he answered. There's a rumor going around in the police department over there. We haven't confirmed it yet, but the Queen Carrier's dead body was found. Oh, tell me more. Well, supposedly an unidentified body turned out to be Rika Furude. They say she died over 2 days ago. It's past the time limit in the emergency manual, but there's been no change in Hinamizawa so far. Have you heard anything? No, I'm in Okinomiya. I didn't know. It isn't possible. It must be some kind of mistake. That's what we think too, but according to our analysis, the information is reliable and it's almost a certainty. We haven't confirmed it, but multiple forensics department workers have testified. But Tomatake realized something. He realized the Okinomiya police department was Ueshi's territory. The Tomatake's like, it's impossible, but ooh. Ueshi's baiting people hard. He also realized this has to be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomatake tried to think calmly. Even if they didn't know who the enemy was, it's obvious the emergency manual is the signal for an explosion. So they must have come up with the idea to destroy the signal. Foundation of the signal is that unless something is done within 48 hours, all the villagers develop terminal symptoms. So if nothing happens after 2 days, there's no need for the manual. And with that, the dogs have been called in. Hello? First Lieutenant Tomatake? Sorry. Ooh, Ibuki's out. Spicy. Arts AoE Berserker? Super Summer Musashi? Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace, looping data. Oof. It'll be hard to tell if anything suspicious is happening at the Erie Institute, considering the current circumstances.
situation, please ask the Colonel to check immediately. In case of an emergency, can you make sure the Bloodhounds are ready to deploy? Roger. We should have more information by 9. If the dogs revolt, it'll become very dangerous there. Be cautious. Of course. I'll talk to you again at 9. It was 6 a.m. Tomitake would get another call in 3 hours. Alright, so what's Tomitake been doing? Nightingale 1 to all units. Tomitake's in room 406. Observation team. Do you see? This is Nightingale. No contact. Nightingale 5. Nothing on this floor. Nightingale 3. No sound in the room. He's asleep. There was a do not disturb sign on Tomitake's door. Perhaps he stayed up late last night and was planning to sleep in. This is a great chance for the Nightingales. Be sure to capture him alive. It's an order from the Major. Let's go. They tried to break into the room very quietly. Obviously, it's a simple job for them to pick a hotel room lock. The two members of the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door cautiously and quietly. The room's interior was organized but tasteless, typical of cheap hotels. Tomitake is not there, right? They moved him to a different hotel. The only furnishings were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. What the fuck? Coin-operated TV? The fuck? Alright, I'm gonna assume that's real. I'm just more confused that it existed in the first place. Alright. Clearly only one person could stay in this room. And there in the bed, Tomitake couldn't be found. Nightingale 3, respond! What's wrong? The room's empty. It was early in the morning, but the room was empty. What's going on? Tomitake likes to take walks and take pictures of wild birds. Could he have gone out to do that? No, it's not it. He might have deceived us. The do not disturb sign was on the door, and with that sign there, the housekeepers wouldn't come in the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had been on since at least the day before, and knowing that Tomitake was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel clearly didn't pay much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then. I bet he changed hotels expecting an attack. I see, that's why he hasn't been here lately. Call the Major immediately! Damn it, our plan's been leaked! Okinogi realized he'd been beaten to the punch. Foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed, and with that, the basis of the final operation was quite shaky. Okinogi felt the Major had panicked and rushed into confirming what was going on too hastily. If Tomitake suspects us and went into hiding, then after caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by our tails. Everything's just too convenient. This must be what the enemy planned. Okinogi tried to calm himself. If he was going to investigate in secret, he could assume Tomitake was nearby. The department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation, so he must be waiting somewhere for a report from that department. Tomitake was probably at a new hotel, probably in Okinomiya. Get in touch with Crow in Tokyo. There's got to be someone reporting to him regularly. Find the number they're calling. If the number is somewhere in Shishibone, bingo. Okinogi was confident about his hunch, but what if he was thinking? If what he was thinking was correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It also meant his operation failed before it started. But it wasn't a checkmate quite yet. If he could prove the dead body at the Okinomiya police station wasn't R, everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was capture Tomitake and check the body at the station. That was all. I hope Tomitake put a spy cam in his own fucking room. Or some shit. Commander, I gotta hold a Crow. We won't be able to tell what they talked about, but they can say they can find the phone number. They just need a little time. How much time? A few hours, they said. Shit. Alright, they want a few hours, huh? Tell them I don't want to rush them, but they better be quick. It was past 6 a.m. It was already light out, but too early for the cicadas to start their chorus. It endured the first wave. It was now a matter of how quickly they could recover. Okinogi just hoped the Major didn't throw a fit. Commander, a message from Crow. They're looking into the phone number. The research division's routine check-ins at 9 a.m. 3 more hours. He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were starting to bother him. Good, we're putting him on tilt. Every time the second hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing the check-in time was getting closer and closer. Colonel Oka, head of investigations, issued a standby to the Bloodhounds. He hasn't said anything about a mission yet, though. That means they can still stand down. If nothing happens, he can play it off as a drill. Alright, we're right. We still have time. More information. The head of the investigators called the Chief of Staff's home line. We don't have the details. We're okay. We're still okay. It's a close call, but we're okay. The Bloodhound standby orders meant they saw a high chance of the Erie Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute as the emergency manual, ordering out the Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they realized some kind of trouble's afoot. Okanogi was sure the people who wanted to conclude matters peacefully were trying to settle things by saying it was just a mistake. In order for the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying is like a middle ground in that sense. But the head of the research division called the chief of staff. That's a dangerous situation for the Mountain Dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SDF, people higher than them, decided the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but the suits are always pushed for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided what they wanted to do yet. Our loss wasn't certain. Well, win or tie, everything rides on the same table. And if that's the case, the call at 9 from the research division didn't bode well. Okanogi couldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instincts doing their job. He could guess the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomitake about the situation in detail, and then decide what to do based on that. It was possible the head of the division, or even chief of staff, might come on the phone. Then the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as the 9 a.m. phone call was over, which would result in his defeat. 3 hours. 3 hours. Can they make it 3 hours? Tokyo was still unsure. Some were thinking it was some kind of mistake, or they wanted to think it was a mistake. If Tomitake didn't answer the phone, they might send some people immediately, but they wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in a draw. If they found out that the body didn't belong to R, then although it would corner them, they had a good chance of winning. But they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okanogi knew Takano's clients hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. He didn't want to admit it, but the enemy's surprise attack succeeded. Commander. Okay. Where is this going? Calm down. They aren't sure yet. They're suspicious, but they aren't sure. We're okay. Anyway, whoever gets information first wins. Either they find out something first, or we do. We were beaten in this surprise attack, but we haven't been annihilated. Don't you dare fly a white flag. We'll just wait. Or we'll find out where Tomitake is. Our guys at the police will expose the truth about R's death. All we can do now is wait and endure. Excuse me, Pedro Takano on the line. She sounds angry? I don't have time to babysit a princess. Hello, this is Okanogi. Yeah, well, don't jump to conclusions. It hasn't been decided yet. Why don't you have a cup of coffee first to calm yourself down? Yeah. Okanogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. She's like panicking, and he's like, I can't understand what she's saying. Like, he's like, I literally have no idea what the fuck she's saying. Just calm the fuck down and get a cup of coffee, please. Well, at least we tilted her. We tilted her this time. That's a success. The second hand on the clock ticked on. And who was going to be able to smile at the end of this? Well, today is going to be a long battle. Okanogi's instincts told him so. How you doing? Who was it? It was our marshal. They're gaining strength. But he's no match for me. Does he really think an office worker can win against a technician? I'm glad he's playing golf today. If he actually came over, it would have gotten a little complicated. Did he call from a golf course? Is he working or what? I bet Utaka-kun wanted to come over with the marshal. He's probably real upset about that right now. Since an indirect attack hasn't worked, do you think they'll try a direct one? Will Utaka come here? Well, if he can't get a hold of the chief, he'll have to. It's almost 8:30. The main doors will open soon. Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it's just, well, another day. But it's hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Muishi and his men already realized they were grazing on the tip of a huge conspiracy. You know, knowing how Utaka-kun is, he'll probably come in through the main entrance. That's what a guy like him would do. I'll be here to take care of the phone calls. You guys take care of him, okay? I'll go welcome him. Kuma, take care of this place. Alright, let's have some fun. Stall for 30 minutes. How hard can you stall? How hard can you stall an office worker? How hard can you stall an office worker? It's pretty hard to do that. Alright, the lobby of the police was just like that of any other station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles were broken and cracked. Sometimes people tripped on them. These spots were covered by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." Okay, that is not your average police station. Your average police station does not have cardboard on the floors. That is a pretty sketchy place to be. There was a pot with a dead plant in it. Man, they don't maintain this very well. It was far from a friendly lobby. It's a backwater police station. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters for the police station, but there was a few sitting on a sofa, waiting for the counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side of the counters.
Utaka was snobbish enough that Uishi didn't want to deal with him first thing in the morning. If only he were a pretty young woman with big boobs. If only Utaka was a pretty young woman with big boobs. Yeah, I can agree with that. That'd be nice. That'd be a bit nicer to deal with. Uishi and his men were on an important job. If Utaka found out Rika's death had been fake, the operation was finished. They're only able to shake up the enemy now while Rika's death is still on the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second, so Tomitake could seize a hold of the tail that was popping out. So if the truth was exposed before Tomitake had the chance, the enemy would recover. The manual would regain its credibility, and although the enemy wouldn't enact it, they would try again for sure. Rika had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine wins. If Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles, but nothing like that happened during World War II, they might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There might be no next time at all unless they defeated them this time. They would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allowing Tomitake to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Uishi had to stop their vanguard here. His job was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Hinamizawa would be destroyed and more than 2,000 people would be executed in a gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public, but people's lives depended on him. Uishi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. He thought back to when the old man taught him that. Someone, who despite the hot weather was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had 2 of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority like he always did. Good morning, Utaka-kun! Well. Good morning, Uishi-san. By the way, please don't address me with such familiarity. I'm no longer in a position where you can talk to me in that way. Oh, don't be like that, Utaka-kun. We used to play mahjong together, didn't we? Utaka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but Uishi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride. I'd love to chat with you, but I'm in a hurry today. Please excuse me. Oh, don't say that. Don't you remember the time when you forgot to write certificates for the kendo tournament? You begged me to help you, so I wrote them for you backstage, and that's why the award ceremony went smoothly, didn't it? I truly appreciate that, but it has nothing to do with this right now. Oh, I didn't know you appreciated it. Sorry about that. I've never heard anything like that before. Down at the prefecture station, they think I begged to write it, and you turned the offer down and let me write it for you. Wasn't that the excuse we used when the director called you up asking what happened since my handwriting on the certificates wasn't so great? Well, I don't know. Maybe someone misunderstood? At the very least, I never said such a thing. Well, the prefectural police headquarters may be your territory, but unfortunately, this is the Okinomiya PD. You won't get your own way here. And what do you mean by that, Mishi? Oh, I don't know why you're here, but your jurisdiction's in Gogura, not Okinomiya. I would like to ask you to leave. Under what authority? And what authorization do you have to be here? I'm in the middle of a classified investigation on behalf of headquarters. I heard there's an unidentified body related to that investigation here. Well, please inquire on the phone. Okinomiya isn't a rich neighborhood. This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be. You're ganging up with the guys in forensics, huh? There ought to be an order from the marshal to hand over the autopsy report to the prefectural police headquarters. Oh, there should have been an explanation to the marshal from the forensics department already. The body is still being examined because of a slip-up on our part. There's been a rumor going around that the body was already identified. Anyway, they need a little more time to finish up their report. I'd like to attend the autopsy. Nope. What? What? I like his response. He's like, nope. I'm requesting it as the person in charge of this classified investigation in the prefectural headquarters. Well, if that's the truth, look, I don't want to doubt your policeman's spirit. A policeman's spirit's a noble one, see? Sure, no one would go into this business if we weren't getting paid for it. But you know, you can't be a good detective without dedication that can't be measured by your pay alone. If you say you have that spirit, I'll let you through. The look in Uishi's eyes made it clear the anger that was roiling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Utaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. He didn't want Uishi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing. Oh, okay, please let me through. I'm here because of my policeman spirit. Please step aside.
Why don't you make me with your policeman spirit? Come on. What? If your policeman spirit's as strong as mine, you should be able to brush me aside easily. Come on. Try it. Ueshi was obviously saying he had no intention of letting Utaka through. How could he do this? Utaka was really confused. He was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. He believed academic background and performance record were enough to earn trust. He'd been working hard under that belief. But Ueshi doesn't acknowledge that. He doesn't even respect him. He's a scumbag. The worst type of person. The one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything but their superiors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Utaka had been thinking ever since they worked together, why did people trust someone like Ueshi? Why did people respect him? Why did people appreciate someone like him more than Utaka? Move. If you don't, I can accuse you of interfering with an investigation. Oh? What kind of investigation? If you tell me, I'll help you. Didn't you hear me? It's classified. I can't talk to someone like you. About someone like you. Well, if you can't tell me, you can tell me one thing instead. What do you have resting on your shoulders? On my shoulders? What are you talking about? I have something on my shoulders. The fate of 2,000 villagers rests there. If I let you through those 2,000 villagers and their relatives, they'll all be very sad. And you know what I'm talking about, don't you? I have no idea what you're on about. Okay, I'll tell you. Your boss is planning something terrifying, and I bet you haven't thought it through that far, but it's a conspiracy that'll make a lot of people unhappy. And that conspiracy's about to crumble. That's why they woke you up and ordered you to investigate. I don't know how much you're getting paid for this, but if that's more important than your policeman spirit. Ueshi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak after that. What in the world are you talking about? Just let me through. Utaka's baffled behavior confirmed what Ueshi said. He'd been bought off by someone shady. Although maybe he didn't think that he was bought. He probably thought he was just filling the request to confirm Rika Furude's body as a favor from someone in the information network that he assumed he built himself. Of course, the part about it being classified was a lie. But when an elite policeman from a prefectural headquarters said it was a classified investigation, everyone would grovel and salute him. But, Ueshi didn't salute him at all. This is a waste of my time. I'll file a formal complaint to the marshal later. But... Hey, wait a minute. I'm not done yet. As Utaka tried to walk by, Ueshi grabbed him by the arm. Utaka tried to make him let go, but Ueshi was just too strong. Ow, let me go, Ueshi. Oh, I'm not putting that much strength into it. If you got a policeman's spirit, this shouldn't stop you. Your unshakable righteousness should knock me down easily. But you can't even get my hand off your arm. Do you know why? Get off of me! It's because you don't have a policeman's spirit. Ueshi let go of his shoulder and Utaka crumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters. Wait! This guy's fallen far. What's this? This is interference with an investigation. This is interference with a government official executing his duties. It's assault! Arrest him immediately! Utaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Ueshi was also a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Ueshi putting up a fight? No, he's trolling. He's trolling at this point. He's like, all I need to do is troll this asshole? My life is going well. Dude, this guy's Hulk or this guy's a sack of wheat. He is like some academic guy who's been bought off. He's probably like an office worker. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them Ueshi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all. Imagine having that aura. What's going on, Ueshi? Officers were gathering in the lobby, then they all looked puzzled. Oh, nothing. This greenhorn from the prefectural headquarters demanded something selfish, so I taught him a lesson. They looked between Ueshi and Utaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Ueshi was respected by the policemen of Okonomiya. Everyone respected him. If Ueshi said Utaka was being selfish, he must be at fault. Ueshi was generally seen as sensible, and all of them thought Ueshi would only do this in a public place like a lobby if it was something big. Like, it had to be something major. Utaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger. I see. I understand your position. But I'm not here on a child's errand either. Oh, I like your spirit. I'm ready to go if you are. Bring it on, greenhorn.
Not enough. That's all you got? So that's your policeman spirit. I can't tell what's happening. I assume the guy is throwing hands with him. I got 2,000 Hinamizawan villagers rushing on my shoulders. The lives of 2,000 people in my jurisdiction depend on me. Why don't you tackle me with a spirit that's strong enough to knock down 2,000 people? It was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. A sumo wrestler and a small child. Alright. No matter how many times Utaka tried to tackle Uishi, he simply crumbled against him. He stood firm as if his feet were rooted to the earth. By the third time Utaka tumbled to the floor, he realized he'd been baited. Or sorry, provoked. Provoked. We're using proper terminology. He wasn't baited into attacking. He was provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair. Aqua versus frogs. Oh, that's right from Konosuba. Oh my god. They just can't win against those stupid frogs. Alright, I'll tell you. The case I'm investigating has something to do with the Sonozaki family. I was asked by someone to check on something. Why are you beating around the bush? Can't you say it more directly than that? At any rate, they're questioning the death of the girl said to be the mascot for the religion here in Hinamizawa. I have to confirm if she's dead or alive immediately. I told you, we explained that over the phone. It's still under investigation. They need more time. She's so fat, Otaka his punches just bounce off. It's like he should have aimed for the face, I guess. It doesn't look like there's that much blubber on his face. Well, I didn't want to tell you this. This request was... I'll tell you through. It was requested by someone you really hate. Representative Sonozaki. Ah, the scary man with the crest on his hakama, huh? Well, you're right. I do hate him. And if he threatened me, I'd have to abandon logic and push his demands through, too. See? Representative Sonozaki requested I check immediately. It's requested by a citizen. The police department's there for its citizens. Of course I accept it. Rika Furude isn't just any girl in Hinamizawa. She's a very special girl. If rumor goes around saying her body was found, someone has to go confirm it, right? Right? Well, you'd better not say things like that in a public space. You're in a lobby, you know. But, excuse me. Utaka suddenly realized his mistake. Ooh, classified information being given off in a lobby. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Utaka hesitantly. Is it true Rika's dead? Don't worry, man. We haven't confirmed that yet. We're from the prefectural police. That's why we're here. Well, that's right. It's not certain yet. We're investigating as we speak. I'm only asking to attend the autopsy. You better think carefully. I'm here on behalf of Representative Sonozaki. If you keep interfering, I'll tell him all about it. If that happens, you'll be in a tight spot, Uishi. Don't you think it's time to surrender? Representative Sonozaki was well known in the area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Utaka grinned when he heard them whispering, and Ueshi's just like, I'm pretty sure I got the Sonozakis on my side, so I don't give a fuck. He's like, worst comes to worst. Worst comes to worst. I'm gonna ring up Oryu in 5 minutes, and it's like, Mion's gonna tell Oryu, and he'll be off my ass so fast. He realized then, in Okonomiya, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be. Oh my, did you really ask him to do that, Saburo-san? Sir, excuse me, did Representative Sonozaki really ask you to do that? He certainly did. The representative asked me directly. So what about it? Uishi-san, isn't it time to surrender? He's like, I have the power of God, man. People continued whispering. Representative Sonozaki's a big name around here, Utaka thought. Even gangsters give way when someone mentions his name in Okonomiya. So if you're really afraid of the representative, please let me through, Uishi-san. Please go to counter number 8 to get a traffic ticket reissued. What? When did I get a traffic ticket? Uishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. In fact, Uishi was looking at something behind Utaka. Huh? Who was he talking to, Utaka wondered. An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. Well, that's awkward. That's awkward. When Utaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Utaka thought. Hey, were you really asked by Representative Sonozaki personally? Not by his secretary or someone else? Yes, of course. Representative Sonozaki and I are very close. He sometimes calls me directly.
The elderly man continued to listen with a puzzled expression. This is getting awkward. Who are you? Huh? There's no need for me to introduce myself. I'm just an ordinary policeman from the Prefectural Police Headquarters. What incredible timing! I mean, I can only laugh. So I can laugh, right? I wasn't sure. Utaka couldn't understand why Uishi and this lady were laughing. What are you doing here together? Well, you know, remember that ticket? I didn't see the no left turn sign because of a tree branch, and there was a policeman on a motorcycle waiting at the exit. I didn't think that was quite fair. Saboru-san said I should complain, so that's why he came along today. Roadside trees on the City Hall's jurisdiction. We get those complaints often, but it's a complicated matter. I didn't like the fact that as a policeman was waiting at the exit. I'm here to complain about it. Oh, I understand. Well, I'll talk to City Hall in the traffic station. You think you can settle this peacefully for today? Well, if you say so. We'll leave quietly for today. When Utaka realized they were Uishi's guests, he fixed his tie and spoke up. You have to pay for your traffic ticket. It's the law. You sure are annoying, aren't you? Well, he is, isn't he? Sometimes he can be really funny, though. I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Uishi-san. When you're done, please get going. Have a nice day, man. You have a nice day too, sir. Grab. Wait, grab? The two of them grabbed Utaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder, and the elderly man grabbed his left. Mr. Prefectural Policeman, I have two things I detest in this world. Do you know what they are? One is shiitake mushrooms. I just don't like them. Never have, never since I was born. I don't like to eat them, and I don't like their broth either. And the second is lies. I don't like to use them, and I don't like people using them with me. How can I step back after being ridiculed like this? I'm the demon princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki. I never back off when someone starts a fight with me. Don't say that about yourself. Would have been perfect if you'd used a citizen instead of a demon princess. The police officers, the citizens in the lobby, and Utaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on. Let me introduce them. This is Akane Sonozaki-san. She's the vice president of Shishibone City Women's Kendo Club. And this is Saburo Sonozaki-san. He's the director of the Prefectural Kendo League. Oh, I should mention his formal title. This is Shishibone's 2nd District Representative Sonozaki-sensei. Well, you're here to give Utaka a lesson, right? He's the instructor for the Prefectural Kendo Club, after all. Thank you for coming. Please show them to the dojo. What, representative? Oh, the same. Didn't you say we were close? I think we'll have lots of fun together today. I'm so excited. The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. That's that awkward moment when you claim to be representing someone who's standing right behind you going, what? Utaka laughed along with them. Well, if nothing else, that would be a attempted identity. It was at that moment he knew he fucked up. Yeah, it's like, ooh, that is the representative you're claiming to represent who doesn't give a fuck. Uh-oh. Are you sure? Did you really confirm that Queen Carrie was at home yesterday? What do you mean by confirm? I went by because I heard she got a cold. How could they have found her corpse? It's just impossible. Right, it's impossible. But unless it's confirmed, some people might misunderstand. Who would misunderstand what? I mean, the whole village would go into a panic if they found out Rika's dead. Now I'm certain she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Tomitake-san. Takano's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. Its premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she's panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. Good for you, Takano. And yet that someone's about to cut her off, and that's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there was a way to reach out to her, well, I'd reach out to save her from drowning. But my hand's not gonna reach. It won't reach unless she reaches out. Yeah, I'd like to see the face of Utaka. Maybe I'll watch the anime just for that scene. That moment where Utaka's claiming to represent a representative right behind him who's like, I can ask my own fucking questions.
It's like, I didn't ask for that shit. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, it'll never reach her. Until she realizes it, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my hand. However, my imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika home or not? If she goes into the details, she'll become suspicious of me, since I told her I saw Rika at home. That'll put me in a dangerous position. A man who had been on the phone for some time put down the receiver. Major, there's no answer. There's nobody home. What is the observation unit saying? Since the 17th, the day they started their observation, there hasn't been one phone call. Director Erie? That means Rika's still at home, right? Yeah. I guess so, I'm not sure. She has gotten better. Maybe she snuck out? Today's the day of the festival, remember? I think there's some vendors set up near Rika's house. There's a lot of people around, and maybe your observers missed her? Well, can that be possible? Every time Director Erie leaves, we place a seal on the house afterwards. I don't think she could have gotten out through a window. The mountain dogs are certain Rika has not left the house, right? Yes, we're certain. R is inside of the R residence, and she hasn't left the house since the 17th. We're sure about that. The only person who checked inside was Director Erie, and nobody from the mountain dogs did. You're sure about that, right? Well, One of the dogs looked at me. I swallowed and nodded to him. Then how do you explain R's corpse at the police station? Like I said, it's possible they made some kind of mistake. The autopsy isn't done yet, and the body hasn't been confirmed. It could be a rumor. You already said that. How many hours did you think have passed since the rumor's gone to Tokyo? Unless we do something about this, Tokyo will... Kana realized I was standing next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell what she wanted to say, though. Major, there's a call from you from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. Damn it. I told her to give me a little more time. Kano usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing well right now. Even her body language makes it clear how irritated she is. Well, we have her on tilt. That's the best we've done so far. Every minute she's tilted means she might fuck up more. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? As she folded her arms, I could see marks where her nails touched her skin. She's clearly not doing well. Kano's rather occupied right now. I'll take it. Nomura-san, right? I've never talked to her, have I? Sorry, this phone call's for the Major. The mountain dog looked alternatively between Takano and my faces. Director Erie, I have to take care of a few things. Could you please excuse yourself? Oh, sure, I understand. You're in charge of the Institute. I shouldn't say anything, right? Somebody take him to the director's office, and hurry. He's telling me to get out. I left the room quietly. Hello, this is Takano. Sorry to make you wait. Sorry to call you repeatedly. You'll never see it coming. You'll see it. My mind is too fast for eyes. Did you find anything else? Sorry. I've ordered my men to get to the bottom of this immediately. Some of them are headed to the police station. I'm just waiting to hear from them. I see. You should be hearing from them soon, right? What time do you think you can call us? I'll call you as soon as I find out something. It's hard to say what time, though. As soon as possible, of course. Major, have you ever been on an airplane before? Yes, of course. When an airplane takes off, an enormous amount of power is needed. That's why sometimes there's engine trouble during takeoff. If the plane hasn't sped up yet, all it has to do is slow down and abandon the takeoff, but if it's already sped up, it's more dangerous to stop, so they go ahead and take to the air. A jet plane has 4 engines. Even if one breaks down, it can fly without problem. It's the same with our operation. There's more than one engine. If we have enough speed, we'll go ahead with our plan. We'll figure out what to do later. But we're still only preparing to take off. Do you understand what I mean? The first step of the operation is Tomitake's assassination. It hadn't even happened, so what Nomura was saying was correct. You already knew the plane were on had a broken engine before it took off. What would you do? You'd get off, right? It's the same for us. Our clients want to get off the plane because they found out there was engine trouble before takeoff. If they were already at the point of no return, then a mistake wouldn't matter much, but since they're before that point, they're overly cautious about even a tiny mistake. We're checking to see if it's, in fact, engine trouble is we seek. I know. You're like a traffic controller at a control tower. I'm like a flight attendant calming the passengers, and I'm doing my best to talk them into staying on board, even though there's a chance the plane will never take off. If it takes too long to fix, the flight might be cancelled completely. Major Takano, that means your grandfather's work will be forever known as a madman's nonsense. Do you understand? When one girl dies, all the villagers go mad. It's just too silly. Where did you get such an idea? It sounds like some fantasy. The hell? It's so stupid. Who in the world do Hifumi and Mio Takano think they are? It's just too funny. Takano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receiver so tightly her knuckles went white.
Anyway. Now do you understand what will happen? You get it. Your grandfather's honor depends on this, as does yours. Yes. Thank you for thinking about us. Oh, don't worry. I'm your only ally. I'll help you achieve the ending that makes you happy. I'll be with you until the very end. Please find out if the information covering Okonomiya is true or false. I'll do my best, but it's not easy to deal with unhappy clients. I'm sorry to make you go through that. Please give me a little more time. Yes. Goodbye. Takano made sure Nomura hung up first, and then hung up herself. What are those on the right side? Are those guns? They don't look like guns. They look like... No, they look like guns. There's definitely like 5 hunting rifles there. They're like scoped rifles. They got really long scopes though, so they're like... I don't know. Has Okanogi called yet? Call him! Major, we called 10 minutes ago. He's supposed to call you as soon as he learns something. Why don't you take a break? They look like guns. They have the scopes, the barrels, the trigger guard, like the right shape on the right. We take a break. Your coffee is... The unit member tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. On what planet do coffee cups not break when they fall on the floor? Everyone in the security room went silent. Takano is super tilted. Mommy is angry. She might end up getting killed at the end of this. Who knows? Damn it. Somebody bring a mop to clean up this mess. I don't care if we called 10 minutes ago. Call him again. Tell him to find proof Rika isn't dead and capture Tomatake. Takano was starting to realize something. By now, she could sense there was something behind Tomatake's disappearance. He must know something about what's happening at Okonomiya Police Station. He might look dumb, but if he somehow found out about the plan, and he's trying to mess with Takano... So clearly, Tomatake was behind all of it. Takano had been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night if he behaved. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see Rika's face at her house. But she couldn't leave, and she couldn't trust Eri. Because there were too many people around for the festival, the dogs had their hands full. If she could answer the phone, that would do, but she wouldn't answer. And that means the house was empty, and that Rika's death was real. What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There was only one person. The only person who claimed that he saw her at the house. Eri, the most suspicious person around. Tomatake left the hotel and was nowhere to be found, so maybe Rika left her house and was hiding elsewhere. In other words, Eri betrayed her and was in contact with Tomatake. Start observing Director Eri. What, are you saying he's lying? Why would he do that? Tomatake must have noticed our plan. He left the hotel and told Rika to go somewhere safe. He's deceived us and we've been observing an empty house. The house can't be empty. There's definitely somebody in there. You have proof it's her? It's not her. The person in there is simply to deceive the mountain dogs, only to make it look like Rika's home. That's it. Tell Okanogi to break into the residence. I don't care who's in there. Whoever it is, they're connected to Tomatake and Rika. Put the heat on them. But we can't break into our residence. Not today. There's just too many festival goers around there. We can't break in until the festival's over, around midnight. That's why all of you are here. Do something. Why can't you do what I tell you to? Follow my orders. Why can you only follow my patron? Can you only follow my patron's orders? Unit members could only watch in silence. They knew nothing could comfort her. The noise of the phone suddenly broke the silence, and Takano practically jumped. Yes. What? Major, good news. Crow successfully got the number the division in Tokyo is calling for their scheduled reports. Phone number is in Shishibone City. The mountain dogs are trying to pinpoint the address. It's Tomatake. It has to be. Skylark, gather your most capable men. He's being cautious. Don't make any mistakes. Heron, give him backup. Understood. That's like 8 people? That's between 8 to 10 people. Skylark 1 to all units. As soon as we get the address, we move in. Everyone get on board. Shit, hasn't our man from the phone company called yet? I'll look into it. Give me 5 minutes. It was 8:45 a.m. They didn't know where in Shishibone he was staying, but depending on where it was, it might be too far to get there before 9. They would have to depend on luck. Damn it, do it in 50 seconds, not 5 minutes. The hell's taking so long? He's just punching the numbers into the computer. Got it. The address is Hirosaka Block 1, XX, Hotel Moderato. It's running through a switch. Its room number's unknown. Hear that, Skylark? Got it, heading out. They have to storm a hotel? Tomatake dumb as always. I mean, the best thing to do is go on video. Oh, wait, sorry, never mind. I was going to say, he has a routine check-in at 9 a.m. Put it on video call that someone breaks into his room and tries to shoot him. And be like, yeah, okay. That was the Hounds. They betrayed us. GG, well played.
Luckily, Hirosaka Block 1 was close enough, but that's not a thing they do in the 80s, so Okanogi had been right. Tomitake was hiding nearby. The garage doors of the Okanogi gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry. Remember, he is at least aware that the 48-hour plan is going off. He might be thinking he needs to get out of Dodge because shit might go down. He might be thinking, hopefully if he's smart. That piece of shit. It's our turn now. He didn't even think there could be someone working against him in the research division. And now it's our turn for a surprise attack. Tomitake, can you act intelligently when your life's in danger? Hotel Moderato. Despite its name, it had a cheap, stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel on the outskirts of town, the perfect place for someone to lay low in. They might draw in some guests if they renovate the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clear they didn't have the capital for renovations. They could go home at any minute. I mean, we have no clue what's going on here. This has never happened in any of the arcs before. So, realistically, Tomitake could be in a lot of trouble here, or he could be safe. It's nice. He gets smarter the closer to death he is, yeah. Some people get stronger, he gets smarter. I mean, he's done some really dumb shit and been killed, like, in every single arc, in the exact same way every single time, despite how many warnings we've given him, so... This time, he's actually aware of who his enemy is, and what he's in danger from, so hopefully he's, safe. We'll see. Hopefully he's a little bit safe. But, I mean, clearly they got spies on him. Alright, that's the kind of hotel it is. Yeah, all he needs is one more brain cell to avoid dying. Tomitake is staying in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel. It only had a bed and a phone. But the phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer. But he needed up-to-date information from the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of an emergency. He never suspected there was a spy in the research division, though. The ticking sound from the clock echoed throughout the room. It was almost 9, but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Tomitake waited in front of the phone patiently. Oh, he's screwed. He tried to organize the information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. At that time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again, he heard another scream. Tomitake got the sense something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every room with a master key. Tomitake opened the curtain. He saw several mountain dogs blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? They'd finally found where he was. Tomitake could hear their loud footsteps. He heard voices, too. It's empty. Next. This cheap hotel wouldn't have change on the door. They had no means to fend off the master key, and Tomitake could tell there were around 20 of them. Maybe more. It'd be no use trying to fight with them. All he could do was hide under the bed? In the bathroom? The ceiling wouldn't open up like in the movies. Did he jump out the window? It was the second floor. It was perfectly possible to survive a jump. But they'd be expecting that. This is right on city grounds. If he was confident in his legs, it wouldn't be impossible to outrun them. He soon heard footsteps outside his door. This is it. He jumped from the window. Of course, there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. They pointed, and about 6 of them started running after him. He shot off from the position he landed in. It took the mountain dogs by surprise. He had started to dash right after he jumped out of a second-story window. He was prepared to do something like that. He'd been training in case of an emergency, just like this one. Skylark 10 to Skylark 1. We've located the target. He's running. We need assistance. Skylark 1 to Heron. Target's heading west using back alleys. Stop him. Roger. Heron 2, 3, and 4. Head on over there. Here he comes. That's him. 3 members of the Mountain Dogs jumped out from behind the streetlight, standing in Tomitake's way. They were prepared to stop him, but Tomitake kept running at full speed. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock them down. He was running past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. Now! Ah! Tomitake jumped over them. What? He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete over a hurdle. Damn, dude. He wasn't an Olympic athlete and they weren't hurdles. Tomitake's heel struck one of them. The 2 flanking him thought they'd seized hold of him. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed onto 2 of their heads and smashed them against one another. Damn, my boy's fast and fucking jumping over grown adults. That's like 6 feet. Now, his feet collided with their heads. So he's jumping maybe 5 feet straight up from a run.
That's impressive. Tomitake knew this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gain some time to run. Target broke through the West Intercept team. He's running. Damn it, what are you doing? Heron 10, go around in the car. Take the second left. We'll get him at the 9 o'clock. Are you okay? Shit. Don't let him get away. What strength? Shit, my nose is bleeding. Tomitake saw a van with this door wide open ahead of him. It wouldn't stop. It couldn't stop in time, and it hit the wall. As soon as it stopped, several mountain dogs jumped out of the van. Stop him no matter what. Stop him. Come on, there's 5 of us. Tomitake saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't even think those 5 could stop him. Why do trains sound their horns at people on the rails? It's not because the train gets damaged, it's because people are gonna get hurt. Damn, that's what he goes with? That's what he thinks? He's like, why sound your horn? It's like, why sound your horn? Because other people are gonna hear it. He's like, 5 people? They're in trouble. Get away! He yelled at them like the horn on the train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. He was warning them to move so they didn't get hurt. Look how many, we're number 5-1. Don't tell me we can't stop him. No way. There's no way he can get past us. Let's go. Tomitake didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin. Oh. Coming through, baby. Wait, what? We captured Tomitake. Rip. Really? It didn't take that long. I want to ask him some questions. He's like, I'll just pretend to be the fucking Rhino or the Juggernaut. R.I.P. Tomitake. Don't kill him. Bring him over here. We'll kill him afterwards, but I've already got a great way for him to go. The phone continued to ring inside Tomitake's empty hotel room. Within 30 minutes, Tomitake was dragged through the back door of the Erie Institute wearing a gag and handcuffs. He didn't even move as though he was sedated. The Mountain Dog members had carried him out of the van, and Erie saw Tomitake from his window and came out of the office in a hurry. Takano was already there. What's going on here, Takano? The dog silently glared at Erie. He realized he shouldn't have left his room. I didn't see Jiro for a while, so I became worried and had the Mountain Dogs look for him. It was a good thing I did, because look, he's gone terminal. He developed terminal symptoms. Are you sure? Of course, Tomitake didn't reply, and Erie decided not to say any more. I see, that's unfortunate. Let's give him some medication as soon as we can. Of course. I hope it's not too late. Erie already knew. The Mountain Dogs had tracked him down, and Erie wasn't sure if Tomitake was able to arrange something with Tokyo. He wasn't even sure if the Bloodhounds had been called in. He could guess Tomitake didn't have time. If the Bloodhounds were called in, the Mountain Dogs would catch that one. If that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run, but Tomitake was captured, and they brought him back to the Institute. That meant it hadn't gotten that far, and they were trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomitake wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What were they going to do to Tomitake? Well, since they brought him back alive, they were planning to torture a confession out of him, perhaps? No, that'd be dangerous. He'd likely end up dead. Erie realized he had to do something in Tomitake's place. The main reason why Erie had to rescue Tomitake was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Erie to be useless, so she never told him how to get in touch with Tokyo. Erie could receive phone calls, but he could only call them through Takano. Therefore, Tomitake was the key. And unless Erie rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But Erie wasn't like the Mountain Dogs, he was simply a researcher. There was no way he could rescue Tomitake from a high-security area like this. There were 8 Mountain Dogs in the building. There were usually only 2, but Takano called in more. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area, and one needed an access card to get in. It was only given to people in Erie's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. The only person who could rescue Tomitake from that area was Erie. And so, even if it was impossible, he had to do it. He bunched up his hands into fists and held them tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed his fists were shaking. Did you forget? Erie remembered what Akasaka had told him. Hard to anticipate your own danger. You can't underestimate it. You may not even get a chance to make the call. If you sense something odd, that's an emergency. Knowing the seriousness of the conspiracy, they won't hesitate to kill us. Be careful. Erie felt cold sweat pooling onto his back. Was this the emergency Akasaka was talking about? Sounds like it. He shouldn't think it was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. And he realized trying to do something by himself would be foolish. He had his access card. But that didn't mean he had to rescue Tomitake alone. Just like how everyone was trying to combine their efforts, he should ask for help. Also, Tomitake was in their hands, which meant that the mountain dogs realized they were under attack and were preparing to counterattack. It was possible they were suspicious of Eri, too. Once they broke into Rika's house, Eri's lies would be exposed. Indeed, this was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. Eri realized that, and he was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. The Sonozaki residence was their gathering spot in case of an emergency. His allies were congregating at the residence. He should explain the situation and think about how to rescue Tomitake. Takano probably wouldn't kill him immediately. She was intending to kill him that night as the 5th year's curse, so there was still a little time left. He had allies. With his security access card, there was a chance to rescue him. Eri had to let Akasaka know he was escaping. If they became suspicious of Eri, they would check the house and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it would cause a chain reaction. Eri didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. He picked up the phone in his desk, called Rika's home phone number, and left. It would ring like that, sounding the emergency signal. Eri thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in his director's room. He never knew this day would come so suddenly. He noticed the framed picture of his parents on his desk. Eri had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstanding between his parents and regain his family ties. And how did it come to this? He'd return. He'd return and continue the fight against Hinamizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself he'd never abandon that responsibility. I'll be back, Mom and Dad. Eri said his final goodbye and left the director's office. Major, there's a call from the director's office to an outside number. The number is our residence? What does that mean? Can you listen in? Of course, I'll put it up over the speaker. One of the members flipped a switch. There was the sound of a ringtone. Why is he calling the house now? Maybe R really is at home. He's trying to let her know Tomitake has been captured. That might be it. He has no idea we're listening in. What was Eri going to talk about? Kano waited patiently to eavesdrop on a conversation, but there was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. There was no answer. Nobody was home. Director sure is patient. I guess she's sure she's home. Major, we have the director on the camera at the back door. The black and white quad display monitor showed Eri running out the back door. What's going on? Who's calling from the director's room? Takano became utterly confused, but the ringtone continued. It couldn't be. Takano realized what was going on. It's a trap. He knew we were listening. He made a fake call. Eri's a traitor. Catch him. Security room on the first floor. Stop Director Eri. The target's heading to the staff parking lot. 2 mountain dogs who were playing cards in the room on the first floor jumped into action. The room was located next to the back door, so Eri was well within reach. Eri had made a serious mistake. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the ringtone, but when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on his desk in the director's office, so he had to go back and get it. Fuck! It was only at this point he realized he shouldn't have gone back. He should have escaped on foot, but Eri wasn't used to emergencies, unlike Akasaka. Typical mistake anyone who had gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Akasaka. People usually become clumsy when they're in a rush, and all he had to do was turn the key. But he couldn't even do that smoothly. He kept turning the key, and finally the engine started. Siri? Seriously? Eri is experiencing the exact... the classic horror movie trope. Oh no, how do I turn the car on? Oh no, oh no! Thank God we don't have key. Thank God we have push start ignitions these days. Eri thought he was alright. Even if one of them questioned him, all he'd have to do would be to say that he was going to get something. When he released the handbrake with his sweaty left hand, he saw 2 of the dogs dashing out the back door. And as they looked around, Eri's eyes met with one of theirs in the rearview mirror. He pointed at Eri's car, and the 2 of them started running towards it. They looked serious and not like they were chasing after him to return a dropped pen. Ooh. Eri's body was soaked with sweat. The 2 of them could jump on the car. Before they could do that, Eri stopped at the gas pedal and it took off. The car took off, spinning its wheels. He's doing a burnout, that's what he's doing. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got into their own car and started chasing. Security at base. The director's on the run in his car. Do you want us to force him to stop? Major! This is Takano. He's headed to the Furude Shrine. There's too many people there. It'll be impossible to catch him. Don't worry about injuries. Don't let him go. Stop him by any means necessary. Roger. We'll force him to stop. Send backup just in case. Over. Roger. We'll send Nightingale as backup. Don't wait for them. Stop him now. The mountain dogs had Eri's car in their view as it ran away at full speed. They have to find a perfect spot and timing to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Of course, the more you step on the gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry and you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Erie could see his pursuers in his rearview mirror and was completely distracted. He was driving carelessly. His driving was so reckless he could easily get into an accident on his own, and as the fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn. And that made him more confused and panicked. How is it hard to just, like, step on the fucking gas and just go where you're going? Actually, he's going to the Sonozaki Shrine, so they might think he's going the wrong place. You're gonna lose your license for driving like that. Although the two guys were ordered to stop him, they were starting to think Erie's gonna get into an accident without them doing anything. Yeah, time to get in touch with the Toge driver in him? Well, he is Japanese. He is Japanese. And they live in the mountains. Well, most of Japan's mountains. They live near mountains. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to. This is Phoenix 1. Security vehicle, come in. Commander, security vehicle here. We're chasing him. We're on the path through the forest, near the 5th district. Not sure of the exact location. Head your way as per backup. As per HQ orders. Estimated time arrival 15 minutes. Don't wait for us. I don't think we'll be there in time. Okanogi grumbled. He had to leave Okinomi in a hurry to respond to Major Princess. But because of the distance, there was no way... He had to leave Okonomiya. There's no way he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. He could have explained, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The dogs who were with Okanogi smiled bitterly. Which direction are you headed? In the worst case scenario, we end up leaving town. Don't let him. We'll comb the hills for him. Break his legs. Is there anyone else? Any weapons? It's in the middle of the forest. There's nobody around. We have one SMG in the vehicle. The guy in the passenger seat reclined it and climbed back into the back. He lifted one of the seats and took out a black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming off and the shiny metal... my throat, ooh, was exposed. It was a machine gun, but it didn't look as powerful as an ordinary one. However, once the dog extended the shoulder stock and set it in place, the weapon looked far more vicious. MP5, correct? Is it A5 or SD3? The man in the back seat looked through the uniquely shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long. SD3's silencer as well. You're allowed to fire. Shred his tires with a full burst. Roger. We're attacking. The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back window and leaned out of the car. His sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Erie's vehicle. It was a straight road. Erie's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. The pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to his car as possible, but they were afraid they might get caught if it overturned. They soon decided this was as close as they were going to get. Firing on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. The sound of the machine gun was a lot quieter than what people would imagine, but its power was unimaginable. One of the tires on the car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. Because one tire collapsed, Erie lost control of the car. He tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, his car drove off the shoulder of the road and down the slope into the forest. Ah! The sound of trees breaking, the car being battered from every direction, disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it, but plants were growing so high it was impossible to check from there. Attack success. Target vehicle went down the slope. It's possible the driver's dead. We'll search on foot. Phoenix 1, Roger. Nightingale in the area. If you're lucky, you run into them. We aren't even close. I'm counting on you. Good luck. Ending transmission. Let's go. The mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Akasaka had received the signal from Erie. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told him Erie was in some kind of emergency, and Akasaka himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize the ringtone was the signal. She assumed someone staying at the house would pick up eventually. Her error allowed Akasaka to perceive that extremely important forewarning. He waited for exactly 3 minutes and then ran downstairs quickly. He'd already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. He had memorized the layout of the town from the map he kept near the phone. Akasaka is a very... he had nothing to do other than watch TV. He knew the shortest route to the Sonozaki residence, as well as a number of alternative routes in case the shortest was blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that. He had to get to the Sonozakis immediately. However, the observers would see him, and that's a problem. They'd soon come after him, and upon finding the house empty, they'd assume the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left the house, he had to be prepared for a fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob. Major, message for the yacht unit observing our residence. A suspicious man exited the house. A man? Who? I don't care, just catch him. Loud and clear. We'll pursue and stop him. It was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. Many people were getting ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and headed down the stairs leading from the shrine. The dogs were already chasing after him. There was a significant gulf between the happy faces of the villagers and the serious faces on Akasaka and his pursuers. You could hear them coming up behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all his senses to their limits as he sprinted faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate of an escape depends on the distance between pursuer and pursued. Even a little bit makes a difference. Akasaka ran to the bottom of the stairs like the wind and headed in the opposite direction, away from the residents. Of course, this wasn't a mistake. He just wanted to lose them. Shit, what speed? Does he have wings on his feet? Ah, he's Hermes, I see. Time to bat ghost the shit out of them, yeah. The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast and fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it'd be a little girl. That assumption was their mistake. Hey, man. I've seen some supersonic lollies. Actually supersonic. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they were catching him. And the dogs fell for his trick. They called HQ and told him he was headed in the opposite direction, following him that way. He was confident he could have had them completely confused if he had a little bit more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. Were there 3 pursuers? No, there were probably 4. His mind, body, and skills were in top condition, so it should be possible. But usually overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt them to waste manpower and time, but Akasaka wasn't sure of the meaning of Irie's phone signal. They were at a severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste. He had to get to the residence. And as Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation. Could he attack and then head to the Sonozakis? The pursuers were scattered about and running out of breath. It wouldn't be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it would be different if it was one-on-one. When Akasaka decided he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around a streetlight. The dogs were surprised to see the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They were prepared to fight. But before Akasaka reached them, he already had everything planned out in his head. He calculated how many blows would be required to take them all out, but his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasaka's legendary armor-piercing punches connected with his face. And while the first was still in the air, his second punch took out the second. He's like, I'm expecting 3 hits, and it's 1. Oh boy. Oh boy! It's the level 5 area! Oh boy, guys! There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Irie up. He needed a little time to realize what just happened. His seatbelt saved him from serious injury, and I hope the airbag did too. However, it was sheer luck the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and the door didn't become warped. It is an 80s car, they aren't very safe. That's fair. It's also kind of lucky that the... wait, when did crumple zones get invented? Because if you crash into a tree, there's a non-zero chance that your hood actually goes through your windshield, depending on the car you're driving. Because crumple zones on hoods. Not invented that... not that modern. I think you're still good in 80s cars, though. He was on the bottom of the slope near a different forest road. Irie endured the pain and removed his seatbelt, getting out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. He couldn't get caught just yet. If he was captured, it'd be impossible to rescue Tomitake. And not only that, no one would ever know Tomitake was captured in the basement of the clinic. Even though he knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The only thing he could do was resist and run as long as he could. But as soon as he started running, Irie realized it. He had no strength, his legs were shaking, and he couldn't see straight. He'd only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode and his brain was lacking in oxygen. It had to be a certain type of exhaustion that came after hyper-arousal. Irie understood that intellectually, but he still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way, and he heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. This was it, but Irie still tried to run as far as he could. Security HQ, we found him, he's injured. We'll capture him. Irie heard the voice of his pursuer, and he thought, what can I do? I have to run, I have to. Into the mountains? Harp into your hearts the spirit of retreat. Shion, what's that song you've been singing? Oh, don't you know? It's really popular nowadays. My apologies, I'm rather ignorant when it comes to pop music. There was a wrecked car ahead. White smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Kasai slowed down. Oh boy, it's Kasai. What is it? Oh jeez. Hey, isn't that the coach? Their car stopped. The sound of the brakes startled Irie, and he fell and is behind. Irie was obviously the one who had been in the accident. Hey, coach, is that your car? Are you our doctor? You should go see a doctor. We'll take coach to the clinic so he can treat himself, huh? Can you stand up? I'll take you there. No, not the clinic. I can't go there. I have to go to the Sonozaki residence. Coach, what's going on? This isn't good. Kasai looked at Irie's car and then looked around the area, and then he whispered to Shion. Shion-san, he has to be in some kind of trouble. What kind? There are bullet holes in Dr. Irie's car, and they don't seem to be from an ordinary handgun. Really? You take that in. Let's get him to the main house. The two of them loaded Irie into the back seat, got in the car, and left in a hurry. That is the best RNG ever. Holy shit. You get in a car crash? That leads you to like, your car gets shot. You swerve off the road because one of your tires got popped. You go through the forest and crash on another road, which one of your allies is driving on for no reason. Wow, that's good RNG. Oh, the two of them loaded him in the backseat, got in the car, and left in a hurry. We have to ask the coach what's going on. He can't go back to the clinic. I wonder what he means. Sounds like he's running from someone there, but I don't know. It's obvious he's involved in something dangerous. Hey, where are you going? Shion was confused by Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn. Dr. Irie's pursuers aimed for the tire of his car. They wanted to capture him alive. His pursuers are likely close by. Are they after us? There's no car behind us and nothing in the air. In this area, it'd be impossible to follow unless they're directly tailing us. I'll make it another left turn just to be safe, and then head to the main house. Could you watch what happens behind us? Got it. Security HQ, the target was picked up by a civilian vehicle. I'm sending the license plate number and the car model. Roger. Nightingale, your target's a civilian vehicle. Search for it immediately. Try to capture Director Irie alive. Neutralize the civilians as well, dead or alive. Are you sure? Are you going to find him? Oh, don't worry. There's a tracking device on the director's coat. Nightingale's vehicle can catch the signal, and they can pinpoint where he is. Irie was lying in the back seat wearing his white coat. There was a device on his collar. The department put it there just in case, so no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following him, the enemy already knew where they were. Nightingale 3, we found the vehicle. It's made a turn by the watermill. There was a map of Hinamizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozakis, and the Sonozaki residence was the only building in it. Major. Oh my, like the rat signature. This is Phoenix 1. Nightingale, don't head in yet. Phoenix will join you in just a little. We'll go in together. This is Nightingale 1. Understood. Okinoki, don't give them any time. Why don't you let Nightingale go in? Bad connects. Nobody listens to me. Sonozaki family's basement had a security system which displayed images captured from various security cameras on the property. Of course, it's not as high-tech as the one at the Irie Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of a Gasso house, a Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head. That sounds like a terrible room. With bundles of wires snaking away from the monitors, it felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby, although it was in a basement. It had all the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence, and at first, all the club members watched it curiously, but after a while, it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Reina stayed to observe the monitor. Hey, Chan, there's a car. It's Kasai's car. It's probably Shion. I bet she came here because the festival's today. Why'd you have to come now? I don't have time for her. Their granny had been at the shrine since early morning. There was nobody upstairs to answer the door. If Mion didn't answer it, Shion would think nobody was home. Mion wondered if she could tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasai's star stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it. Micha, is that the coach? What? They saw Shion and Kasai holding Irie on the monitor. Obviously something serious happened. Let's move. Kate, with me. Satoko, watch the monitor. Rika, don't come up. How do you make sure Rika doesn't move? I like it. Satoku's like happy. Hanyu's just like, yep, I assume this would happen. And Rika's like, are you fucking serious? Rika's like, oh, I'm sad I have to sit here now. Leave it to me. Got it. Wait, that's not fair. Maybe Okinogi made the right decision. If he'd let Nightingale go in as Takano ordered, it would have been on the monitor. But Okinogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. Though Mion didn't notice, the enemy was about to attack, and by this time there were many vehicles belonging to the mountain dogs parked by the windmill. Okinogi and Phoenix 1 joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Satoko to watch the monitor. And if Mion hadn't gone out, Irie would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Irie was their only hope of rescuing Tomitake, so as a result, by circumstance, they did everything correctly. Sis! Has she gone to the shrine already? Shion! Where did you come from? You were in the basement, weren't you? I'll tell that hag you were playing down there. Who cares about that? How's the coach? Coach? Is he alive? Are you all in trouble too? What's going on? Shisha, listen well. It's like this. Coach, what happened? I'm sorry. The mountain dog's got Tomitake. He's in the clinic's basement. I got into an accident while they were chasing me. Eri explained everything he could while enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him, but Mion's expression grew stern. And then she asked Shion a question. Is anyone after you? Nobody was following us. Come on, let's go in. I have a bad feeling. They heard the sound of a car approaching, and it wasn't alone. Who could it be at this time of day? It was a waste of precious seconds to think that. And if they are after you, Shion, I'm telling you, nobody was following us. So I picked up both sisters and ran through the gate. Let's go to the basement. It'll be safe there. 911. This is actually a good opportunity to call 911. Say there are it's like, there are guys with assault rifles charging us. Oishi, can you do something about this? Mion, there's a lot of strange cars approaching. I know. Go back to the basement. I'll shut the door. Where's Rika? She went to the secret room with Hanyu. This is Nightingale 6. We found the target. Some of Ara's friends are there too. Ara's hiding there, I know, right? Jiro-san? Tomitake was lying on the floor of the room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of cuffs to connect them, leaving him bent backwards on the floor. He couldn't get up or even turn around. Kano laughed and poked Tomitake's side with the toe of her shoe. The mountain dogs climbed over the fence easily. There was no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious they were the enemy and they were the mountain dogs that Rika had spoken about many times. They went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 were supposed to capture them all, but they fell down one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs wondered why they fell, he felt something on his leg, and the next moment, he was flying through the air. Shit! As he stood up, his leg got pulled again, and he realized then there was a rope wrapped around his leg. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped tightly around it and wouldn't come off easily. Be careful, there's traps in the bushes! Joko had set up a lot of traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on an empty property. That'd be boring. The club members headed into the underground storehouse one after another. Well, I guess rope traps are less than lethal. It's not against the law, they're not lethal. Mountain dogs couldn't do anything though, because they couldn't see them. Although they did see them. Alright. I'm closing the door. Come on, help me! Here we go. It was a heavy door, but when they put their strength together, it closed easily. Me unlocked it quickly, putting on the deadbolt for good measure. Do you think this will be enough? Don't you think they'll break this door? Don't you think? I saw 5 or 6. Even more cars on the monitor. They're all vans. I saw strange men inside them. I don't think this door will be broken that easily, but I imagine they're used to doing things like this. We shouldn't underestimate them. Before we could finish speaking, someone pounded on the door. The second group of dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't all comforting to know the enemy was on the other side. Sorry, it's all my fault. You haven't done anything wrong. Let's go further in. Let's find out how many there are on the monitor. Okay, fine. Leave me out of this. I'm an outcast. Oh, shut up. I'll explain when I have 5 minutes to spare. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. Their targets are in the basement. There's a steel door here. We can't break through. Phoenix 1, roger. Shh, the Sonozaki family must be rich. The property is too huge for us to surround. We won't even try. Let's join Nightingale. Nightingale knock some trees down. We'll use them to ram down the door. Phoenix 7 to Phoenix 1. We have plastic explosive for indoor use. He wants to get them ready? Plastic explosives are for explosives for military use. There's various different kinds, but he was talking about the type made to break down doors. He thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This is a small village. If there's an explosion, everyone would hear. It was daytime and they were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for the mountain dogs to do their job. Has Satoko been intelligent and called the police because they know they can be like, we see we're under attack, and like ring for like at least a couple squad cars? Like, I don't know how long it would take the SWAT team to assemble and get there. An explosion isn't a good idea. Wait a minute. What time is it? Almost 10 a.m. I see. Phoenix 7 will do it. Get the fuse ready. Huh? Commander, what does 10 have to do with an explosion? Okinogi's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure this would work. Everyone gathered in the secret room. Is everyone okay? Okay, why is who are watching the monitor? There's about 30 guys out there. That many? Oh, that's not good. Can I see? Look, they don't know what to do. When Mion touched a switch, the screen switched to the view of the entrance to the basement. Some of the dogs were checking the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it. They were simply at a loss for what to do. What do you think they'll do next? They think we're trapped like rats in here. I'm sure they're going to try breaking the door open. What the heck? What are they doing with that log? They must be thinking of using it as a ram. Sadoko said they're assuming we're trapped rats. We should get out of here while they're trying to open the door. I agree. Besides, we have to rescue Tomitake. Right. No matter how strong the door is, they'll be in big trouble if they find us. I think it's time for us to escape. Sis, don't you think we should call the police? Oh yeah, we completely forgot about that. Even if a spy at the police station over here does, there really isn't much you can do at this point anyway. I'm sure Ushi will come right over. Mion picked up the phone. Why hadn't you thought about this earlier? Huh? What? What's the matter? Mion panicked as she tried to listen for a dial tone. The phone! What's going on? I don't hear anything! They must have cut the line. What? Suddenly everything went dark. Is this a power failure? Kasai lit his cigarette lighter and Mion turned her emergency flashlight on. That she just happens to have. The drawback of a basement. I won't be able to see either, right? I know, but they might have some kind of device that lets them see in the dark. Don't you think? Mion, why do you think they cut the electricity? Are they going on the offensive? If nothing else. It worked to turn the security system off. If they were checking the door, they didn't give up. They have a way to destroy the door. They don't want us to notice it. That's why they cut the electricity. Are they going to blow up the door? The door could be destroyed in a second. We can't stay here, right? Michet, let's get out of here. Show us the way to the escape route. This way, everyone. This way, everyone. Mion was getting confused amidst the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mountain dogs. She even considered they'd have some explosives, but she didn't think they'd use them in Hinamizawa in broad daylight. Somebody's going to hear the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosive? What a rough bunch. They're not even concerned with minor risks. It's a crazy situation, but the dogs are always very careful. I don't know what about Takano, but there's no way Okanogi would allow an explosion in the middle of the day. They're still gonna do it? They got guts. Yeah, they do got guts. I don't know much about them, but it's like a silent sort of gun. Aren't there like silent explosives? No way. No matter what you can do, an explosion sounds like an explosion. Oh, I get it. You're a staff member for the festival, aren't you, Coach? What time to let people know if the festival's gonna take place? I'm pretty sure it's 10... Oh, do you think just like on a track and field day? If you want to hide a treat, hide it in the forest, huh? Rika knew Okanogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika never expected Okanogi to be so sharp. That was why she was more frustrated than anyone else. The mountain dogs quickly set explosives on the basement door. Long wires connected to the explosives, and the dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonation switch. All the wires were linked to it. It's almost 10. This morning I thought it was bad luck this happened on the day of Watanagashi, but now I'm glad about it. Okanogi had realized he could use the festival effectively. He was going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. And on the morning of a village event, they use fireworks to let everyone know that an event's going to take place. The method's often used for track and field days. Since Watanagashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10. Fireworks, of course, make loud explosive noises, and since Hinamizawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it's coming from, and that was an advantage for the dogs. Now! A loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise and dust fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. An explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Come on. This way. Mion led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of the well. Are you telling us to go down there? How far does this go? There's a horizontal tunnel crossing it after about 30 meters. We can get into the mountains through that tunnel. Okay, why don't you go first, sis? You know the way around here better than anyone. Do I have to? Who else? Kasai and I will be the rear guard. Come on, hurry up. Okay. Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear, but Mion and Shion knew instinctively, because there were so many in the rear, might not make it in time. Unlike the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they'd have to do was go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably wouldn't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard before Mion did. After all, she's actually the older sister. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister who was playing the older sister in this real emergency. Mion knew what Shion was thinking, and Mion knew the relationship between the sister and herself. He wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take on the responsibility of the family head, and here finally was a chance for Shion to atone. Mion-san, do you have the key to the armory? Now's the time to open it.
Mion silently threw over the key. Kasai and Shion took it and ran deep into the rock tunnel. Listen up, everyone. It's about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. If you fall, that's it for you. It's dark, so be careful as you go down. If you end up waiting, make sure to light the way for others. I think only one or two can go down at the same time. I'll go first. Come on. Give me some light. Mion, be careful. The ones with the flashlights. You be careful, too. If the lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside the well, but of course Mion already checked them. He was certain the enemy had cut the power to the basement. Why do they not have a generator? In your bomb shelter, you don't have a generator? Really? Mion's the unwanted child of the twins. Technically, it's Mion, yes. But they don't know that. Technically, it's Mion, but technically it's the person we normally know as Mion is the unwanted twin. It's the unwanted twin, but Shion is Mion and Mion is Shion. So it's technically the one we know as Mion the one we know as Mion is actually Shion, and is the unwanted one. The one we know as Shion is actually Mion, is the one they wanted. It was dangerous to go down this well with just a little light from the flashlights. As one went down, there had to be people lighting the way, and Mion was right. She realized as she went down the well herself, it was impossible to go down the ladder without the weak light from the flashlights. The lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady, and each step she took made her more nervous. So here's the problem. This isn't actually going to help them in the slightest, because they know exactly where they are. At all times. Because they have a tracker on... what's his face? The doctor, Dr. Erie. So the first thing they should have done was have Erie take off all his stuff and check for trackers on his personal clothing, but apparently they're not doing that because they're, I guess, not used to movie logic where literally everyone has a tracker placed on everyone. And everything they own, like... It's a ladder? It's an old ladder. I believe this ladder, to be more specific, I believe this ladder is actually carved in stone. I'm trying to remember. I think the ladder used to be made... Was the ladder stone imprints? Like, it's actually like a really sketchy ladder. I believe the description of it the first time we saw it was that it was actually just like carved into stone as a ladder. So if you can imagine just like... If you can imagine just like holes in the stone, that would not be a fucking safe ladder to go down, man. Even in the dark, it could be easier. Yeah, in theory, a ladder isn't that hard, but I don't know how even it is, because it's not a standardized ladder. Like, you're thinking a ladder, like, you know, the steel ladder you climb up to get on the roof of your house or whatever. But this could, or like aluminum, sorry. This could very well be an incredible, this could be a hand-carved, uneven ladder that, like, you don't know where, if the next step is, like, 10 feet below you, or, like, 50, or, like, you don't know if the next step is, like, 5 feet or 3 feet, so you can easily screw up. It's like going down uneven stairs. Uneven stairs are actually a massive hazard, and a lot of people died from uneven stairs. These days, not so common. Because the stair height's almost identical for every single stair. For every single step. Yeah, it wouldn't be, like, inhumanly hard, but it's risky considering if you fall, you're dying, because it's like a 50-meter tone. It's like a 50-meter drop. Because the exit is actually above the bottom. The hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Hasn't it been 30 meters yet? She couldn't remember how long 30 meters was. And she missed the tunnel already? Why does the guy keep his white... Dude, I would have fucking ditched that white coat so fast. That's gotta be sweaty, right? Like, the coat's gotta be boiling hot at this point. It's the middle of summer, you're wearing a lab coat, come on, ditch it. At that time, she felt a cool breeze on her body, and she could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out a flashlight to light the area. She saw the tunnel yawning before her. Okay, here I go. Ah, okay. Found the tunnel. Rika, come on down. Mion lit up the way from below. Okay, you're next, Rika. Coach, you're next, then Hanyu, then Satoku. Let's move. I'm gonna stop. I know it's getting late, but I'm gonna stop the minute Iri doesn't take off his coat. Iri wanted to say he'd be last, but Reina gave the order first. They couldn't get into the basement of the clinic without Iri. Without him, they couldn't rescue Tomitake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, his was second most vital. Please be careful. I'll let your boy. Okay, come on, everyone. Hurry. Ah, Rika! Rika was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short, and her left foot slipped. I'm okay. I'm sick of this life where I never grow up. I'll pass through June. I'll grow taller. My boobs will get bigger. I won't stay like this forever. Though she'd been living over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. And as she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach her, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down. Okay, whoever's next can go. Okay, Coach, you're up next.
You're a grown man. Go down quickly. Right. I'll go down next. Is he gonna take the coat off? The coat's gotta get in his way. Dude, long sleeve coat? Like, fuck no. I'm not doing climbing in a long sleeve coat. Dogs move forward carefully, wearing special night vision goggles so they can see in the dark. The one in front noticed the trap and stopped the rest of his men. 9 good 1 to 7. Found a wire trap. Be careful coming in. Roger. There are more traps. Why don't we turn the lights back on? That only helps them escape more easily. They must be having problems trying to escape in the darkness. We gotta give them as much trouble as possible. Corner them and then we'll get them. This is a huge cave system. There must be another way out. They won't try to hide. They'll try to escape. Give the assault unit some firearms, bulletproof shields, and grenades. The Sonozakis are a major Yakuza family. Assume they can counter us with smuggled guns, which means watch out for those tripwires and claymores. Unless you want to end up with thousands of lead pills in your body. They'll shred you apart. Roger. Toko's traps were effective because they were only because they were professionals. Toko assumed any professionals would misinterpret her traps as more dangerous ones, which is why she ran wires everywhere. And Toko was right. The dogs were successful at breaking down the door. They hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door. It was a matter of time before the enemy caught them. Okay, Reina, you're next. Yep, you come down here quickly, Keiichi. Kei-chan, how is it up there? Reina's coming down now. She's moving right along. Okay, don't fall. The rumors say all the people who ever opposed the Sonozaki family are dumped into this well. It's a bottomless pit. Shion, the heck are you carrying around? Shion returned with a big machine gun in her hands. The heck? It's one of those machine guns they use in war movies? Its defining characteristic is the way the magazine is bent forward. What's it called again? Well, I mean, anything can have a sickle mag, but you know, it's a nice Russian gun, you know, classic. Kasai had one in his hands too, and he appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real, but it seemed like a natural fit for this surreal world lit only by flashlights. Yeah. Keiichi felt like the odd one out here since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion seemed used to be doing things like that. Shion, I'll do that. Why don't you go down next? Thanks for the offer, Keiichi. It'd be much quicker if you went down swiftly than I had to explain how this Kalashnikov worked. Don't worry. A pretty girl like me is never gonna die. As Shion winked at Keiichi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby, and immediately Shion and Kasai's looks turned stern, and they took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai left it there. The dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness even though they couldn't. So it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the mountain dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies. Ichi-kun, hurry! Shion, you go first. Shion said. If something happens to you in Island, my sister won't forgive me for that. I don't have my loved ones anymore, but she does. What are you, now? I don't plan to die. Please tell Shion. I want us to be twins again in the next life. Get going. Shion yelled, telling Keiichi to move. He didn't understand why she said to tell Shion. But she asked him, so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible really happened, Shion's message would never reach Mion. An explosion shook the air. Well, this is getting bad. Something was thrown in from the torture room. An explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's guns sounded at the same time. See? She's actually Mion, the younger... Or she's actually Mion, the older one. She's telling Shion, the younger one, who is Mion. Only slightly confusing, I know. They swapped their names, and then they had to stick with them. When one of them got tattooed, but it was actually the wrong one. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do, as those violent flashes of light burn the series of images into my eyes, is shed tears over my own intolerable powerlessness and climb down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up the top too. Nightingale 1! They attacked us! Enemies trying to stop us from the huge cave! There's 2 muzzle flashes, probably AKs! Whoever it is, he's a professional. Phoenix 1, give us an order! There we go, our opponent's a professional. Don't go in unless you graduated from the Killing House. Nightingale 1 and 2, Phoenix 7, 8, get ready to move in. How many firearms? We have 4 MP5s, plenty of grenades. We can't trust our bulletproof shields. We abandoned them. There's a flashlight on the right next to the entrance. I'm assuming they don't have a device to see in the dark. Nightingale 1, we're going in. Throw in some stun grenades when I give you the signal. While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine. Shion, that's enough. Go. If I go to fire, you will reload. You can't do that by yourself. There was a contradiction in what Shion said. According to her theory, the last two can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below. Damn it, Shion, hurry up and come down! Everyone knows it wasn't safe to say, but no one could stop Mion from screaming. Mion and I will wait for Shion here. Reina, why don't you take everyone and escape into the hills? Okay. No, I don't want to lose anybody. Rika. It's the final word. There is no more starting over. I don't want either Shion or Kasai to die. Don't want a future like that. I know we can't do it. I don't want it. Shion, come down! As they looked up to the top of the wall, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of machine guns that Shion and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. And when everything stopped, after a little silence, footsteps that didn't belong to Shion or Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked. Clear. Nothing going to Phoenix. We secured the loopholes. The voice echoed down the well, and Mion and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless, some started crying, some let out a wordless scream, and they looked up the well as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down, but there was no sign. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of the well. Eri grabbed Mion and Keiichi's collars and pulled them back, but they could see in the dark. They might already know Keiichi and the others were hiding in that tunnel. Roger, we'll try. Can you hear us? You don't need to reply, just listen. A guy shouted from the top of the well. We want the Queen Carrier and Director Kyosuke Eri. You have misunderstood something. We're here to eradicate a unique local disease. What's happening now is because we suspect the Director's involvement in a conspiracy. Well, Shion died. GG, Shion. You have nothing to do with this. Turn them over to us. They'd already turned off all the flashlights, so no one could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces, but I could sense Mion's expression distorting, and because of the darkness, no one knew to stop her from screaming. You murderer! You killed Shion! Oh, are you talking about this girl? Don't worry, she's still alive. She's just unconscious. She's alive! She's alive, Michan! Mion didn't rest easy at their announcement, though, because she could know that Shion's survival wouldn't help resolve the situation. Same with the guy, he's alive, but if you refuse to turn them over, well, we'll have to use them both as bargaining chips. Okay, what are you going to do to them? Well, as Mion looked up at the top of the well, it suddenly became very bright and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious and one of the men was holding her, basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If the man let go of Shion, she'd fall to the bottom. They had no idea how far down it went. There was no way she'd survive. Shion! Shion didn't reply, but she moved a little. Shion was alive, at least for the moment. No way. They won't push her off. Huh? What are you saying? They can easily kill hostages if they have more than one. You got Shion and Kasai. He'll push Shion off and just ask the question again. He means it. Mion lashed out fiercely at Keiichi. He regretted saying what he did. I'll give you a bit of time to think. After 60 seconds, this first hostage goes down. Think it over carefully. What do we do? Mion was half crazed with fear and panic. Well, they want me. Let them think Rika's already escaped. I'll go, though. They should be satisfied with just me. The plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Reina quickly spoke up. No, Chi-chan and Kasai risked their lives to buy time so we can escape. If you went back, what they did would be wasted. Then what do you suggest we do? Are you saying we let Shion die? Are you saying we don't care if Shion dies, Reina? Damn you. Fucking damn you. That doesn't even make sense, but alright. Please stop me. I don't know what to do with her. Shion's my name. Shion! Mion started crying as she held Satoko's head. The dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel, and their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light, they could sort of see one another. But so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mion and Satoko continued to cry. Reina bit her lower lip, trying to hold her feelings in, and Eri simply looked down. As for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless. What do you, Hanyu? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Hey, you're God, aren't you? Do something. Do something. Use your psychic powers. Help Shia. Only a miracle saves her. You're a god. Make a miracle happen. Slap. They all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face. Rika, listen to me. Hanyu? We both have experienced many worlds and learned much. Sometimes you learn, sometimes I learn. We've learned so many things, and now, in this world, we've learned the most important thing. Something we've been pursuing, something we finally got. Do you know what it is? It was how to make a miracle happen. A miracle is like a number you get on a die. People think the result of the roll depends on God's mood, and God holds the key to miracles. Humans don't have the right to control them, but although humans don't have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds, and they can make a miracle happen. How to make a miracle happen? Rika, you should already know. You made it before I did. This world must be precious to you. Why don't you try it this one last time? Rika's mouth hung open. That's right, she thought. I'd forgotten how to make a miracle happen. Y'all go ahead and see. Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said. Here, take them. I'll go up there. Mikado means to kill us both, but she wants to kill me in a certain way. She won't kill me for a while. Are you kidding? You'll end up dead anyway. Oh, if I go, don't go, Shion and Kasai will be killed. I'll let them capture me. This time it will take Takano to kill me. We'll give you a chance to counterattack. Rika. Thinking about it now, the answer was very simple. As she spoke, Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. The beam of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation. They all believe we can win. You, me, and God believe in it. This is nothing. Yeah, this is they are claiming that they don't have any more time because basically Hanyu can rewind time, but she's run out of time to rewind. She only rewound a week last time. She rewound 2 weeks the previous run. This run was 1 week. And she started it several years. She started it like 5-6 years. So she's definitely running out of juice. Rika's smile told them she trusted them 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed, and that's why she didn't mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, it was nothing. I'm coming up now. Pull Shion back, okay? The dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well. If you even think of touching my friends, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Kana wants to kill me personally. If that happens, you'll be in big trouble. Alright, come on up. How will my friends go? According to your plan, they'll all die anyway. No, we can't do that. We won't kill them, but we have to restrain them. Well, that's a pity. Oh well, it'll be faster to let go of this ladder than bite my tongue. It's a very deep well. If you can't produce my corpse, well, that ruins your plans too, doesn't it? As long as they captured Rika, the dogs didn't really care about the others. They were ready to kill the rest if they were resisting once they had Rika. Or sorry, they were ready to kill the rest once they had Rika. Let's rephrase that. That's what they do every time. That's why they couldn't agree to Rika's request. They started thinking maybe they should lie to Rika. But that was when they heard something. Anya started speaking in a clear voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone, and it sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but also from heaven. Anya spoke. I'm saying I accepted you. Quit complaining and do as she says, lowlights. Rika Furude's coming up. You will fulfill her little request, and heaven will provide to those who offer nothing themselves. Stop thinking above yourselves, human. Know your place in the sin of pretending to be more. Nightingale 1, the member who had been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He'd been in an advantageous position, but it didn't seem that way. In the girl's voice, there was something strange. It belonged to something beyond him. He sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible to negotiate with a being greater than humans. Wait. Okay, check with the commander. Wait. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. He'd been threatening until a minute previous, but he'd grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras. We'll come rescue you right away, okay? Rena muttered as she tried to hold back her tears. Yeah, but they just follow them and catch them in 2 seconds, right? We'll accept your request. We'll let everyone else go. Rika, you come up. Mayor Takano says there's something she wants to talk to you about. Okay, I'm coming. Meatball. Okay, the chapter's not over, or unless this is the end of the chapter. Yeah, talk. There's not too much to talk about. She's just dying. There we go. Alright. My, have we ever been looking for you, Rika-san? Alright. It is getting super late. We're like an hour over. I gotta wrap things up here. Unfortunately, it's been super fun. And I need to continue this, but unfortunately, I think we have to continue this in a couple days.